And welcome to Week 5 of Team Combat League here from Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino in Uncasville, Connecticut. Once again, we bring you a triple header. I'm Ray Flores, joined alongside by esteemed MMA fighter and also NCAA National Wrestling Champion, Bubba Jenkins. Bubba, welcome to Team Combat League.
Thank you for having me, man. I appreciate it. I'm excited to be here.
Well, let's take a look at our first of our triple header. We have Las Vegas matching up against Dallas. Las Vegas got a very big win last week in Week 4. They are led by head coach Dewey Cooper. And incidentally, Bubba, it was Dewey who recruited Michael Hunter, the cruiserweight and heavyweight contender, to join his team. Michael Hunter made the difference, but let's talk about what you know about head coach Dewey Cooper.
Well, I know that Dewey can definitely recruit someone to come to the team. He can definitely put a team together. Him adding this guy to the team is only going to add to the momentum of them coming off of such a big victory last week. I know Dewey is that type of man that just can influence anyone to run through a wall for him. So I'm pretty excited what the team Vegas is going to do this weekend.
No, it's no surprise either that he went ahead and was able to get Michael Hunter. Michael Hunter made a significant difference last week.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what he does this week as well.
Well, speaking of which, a fighter to watch is standing by with the third member of our broadcast team. Here is Cynthia Conti.
Thanks, Ray. Well, right here, I got Miss Jennifer Miranda. She is the current WBO Intercontinental Featherweight World Champion. Welcome to Team Combat League. How is it different for you being in a professional boxing match compared to Team Combat League?
¿Qué es la diferencia peleando individual en tu carrera profesional y ahora estás aquí con Team Combat League, un equipo para el boxeo?
Sí, es una mezcla de emociones, es muy diferente. Lo más bonito, lo que más me gusta es que somos un equipo. Tenemos individualmente que hacerlo bien, tenemos que ganar nuestros combates, pero tenemos el apoyo de un equipo. Tiene que ganar nuestro equipo. Eso es lo que más distinto veo, ¿no? en este formato. Y la dificultad de hacerlo todo en un solo round. Yo soy una persona que boxeo en 8 o 10 rounds. Estoy acostumbrada a hacer muchos rounds y cuanto más mejor. Y es solo uno es una dificultad enorme y un reto para nosotros.
So what I love about Team Combat League is that it is a team concept. I love the support from my teammates. Obviously, it is a team concept, but you have to be able to perform very well individually. However, I'm used to fighting 8 or 10 rounds and used to warming up, but you have to compete at a high level in one sole round, and that's not easy to do. I love it. It's taken a little bit of time to get used to, but it's young and it's so exciting, and I love being a part of this.
Last week, you guys lost by 1 point. What are you guys going to do different tonight?
La semana pasada agarraron una derrota para 1 punto, nomás 1 punto. ¿Qué van a hacer diferente para ganar esta semana?
Bueno, tenemos un súper equipo, somos un equipo muy fuerte y vamos a hacer lo mismo, vamos a trabajar duro como trabajamos la última vez, vamos cogiendo experiencia en este formato conforme van pasando los combates y vamos, igual que siempre, lo damos todo en el ring y vamos con ello, con toda nuestra fuerza y nuestras estrategias, ¿no?, que tenemos por detrás.
Well, like always, we're going to give it our best. And the thing is that we are, learning. We're growing in this new league and this new concept of Team Combat League. We always come prepared. We always come focused. We're working on our game plan, but we believe we're going to be able to come out on top here tonight.
And lastly, all of you Money Heist fans, if you guys don't recognize her, she was in the last season. You were a badass. She was a bad person, but the things that you did in that, how different is that being an actress compared to actual real boxing?
Estás en este programa de Money Heist. ¿Qué es la diferencia haciendo en eso, en películas de televisión y ahora estás en el boxeo con Team Combat League?
Bueno, para empezar, los golpes en la serie son mentiras.
Well, first of all, the stunts, they're fake, obviously.
Y bueno, pero hay muchas cosas cuando actúas muy similares al boxeo. La concentración, los momentos previos, la realidad y el que tienes que ser, porque es duro actuar 10 horas, es duro hacer de actriz de acción, mantener la concentración, hacer todo eso mentalmente me recuerda mucho a lo que es el boxeo, a la preparación mental que tiene el boxeo.
The preparation and acting, it's very similar because you have to maintain high-level concentration for an extended period of time. When it comes to acting, being on sets, it could be as much as 10 hours. So there is some similarities and quite a bit of similarities when it comes to the concentration and the focus that you have to have in boxing compared to that of when you're acting.
Well, Jennifer, best of luck to you and Dallas Enforcers tonight.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Oh, big right down goes King. Big right hand. Oh my goodness, Nathan's hurt.
Fight toward us down on the rope. She's throwing relentlessly.
My goodness, there's a knockdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 5 of Team Combat League here from Mohegan Sun Resort Casino in Uncasville, Connecticut. Tonight we have a triple header yet again. We will begin our triple header with the Las Vegas Hustle taking on the Dallas Enforcers. First, let's meet the fighters with the Las Vegas Hustle, led by their head coach, Dewey Cooper. As we bring to the ring, The men's bantamweight division, James Earl. Men's welterweight, Ronnie Austin. At middleweight, Daquan Wyatt. At heavyweight, Giovanni Scuderi. Also with Las Vegas, Florencia Britos. At bantamweight, Jordan Williams. Welterweight, Sanjarbek Ragmanov. At welterweight, Medina. Middleweight, Alexander Theo. Also Skylar Lacy. And also Michael the Bounty Hunter. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your starting lineup for the Las Vegas Hustle. Now let's meet the starting lineup for the Dallas Enforcers, led by their head coach, A.C. Bryant. In the women's featherweight division, we have Jennifer Miranda. At lightweight, Daniel Bailey. Welterweight, Everon Graham. Middleweight, Corey Cadd. In the heavyweight division, Waylon Bailey. In the women's featherweight division, Leanne Calderon. At lightweight, Randall Kennedy. Welterweight, Andre Ewell. At welterweight, Lork Samar. Middleweight, Diane Depestry. And in the heavyweight division, Andres Montoya. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Dallas Enforcers. Now it's time to begin Las Vegas and Dallas. Week 5 of Team Combat League begins now.
First to win. Let's go, Kylie. Ready. Las Vegas, you ready? Dallas, you ready?
Oh. So off we go. Oh, down goes. My goodness, what a knockout of Jennifer Miranda over Kylie Fulmer.
That's very quick. Very quick knockdown right there.
The finish you untouched. Come on, baby.
Jennifer Miranda with the knockdown. She's applying the pressure over Kylie Fulmer, and that'll end it as the referee in charge stops it. Johnny Callis waves it off as Jennifer Miranda holds Kylie Fulmer to begin the night strong for the Dallas Enforcers.
That's a big knockout.
And as we take a look back at the knockout. What a shot for Jennifer Miranda.
Beautiful overhand right there. Put Kylie right to the mat. She came out fast, stayed on top of her, and it was over before Vegas knew what happened.
It was over before we could get our bearings together myself, Bubba. So that is it. A 2 knockdown rule is in effect. Jennifer Miranda with a highlight reel finish, Bubba.
That is an amazing start to the night. I can tell you right now, if we're in for that kind of start, we're in for a great night.
Hey, listen, welcome to Team Combat League, my friend.
Yeah,
The action started from the outset.
You blink, you'll miss it.
Literally.
Got to be here for this early start combat. I like the fact that it's only 1 round. You got to get there early. No filling out process.
Hey, listen, maybe you can go ahead and entice, our CEO, Ahmed Sheikh, to maybe do some Team Combat League when it comes to the MMA space.
Absolutely. I would like that kind of thing.
Well, now we have James Earl for Las Vegas matching up against Dallas's own Daniel Bailey.
I'm excited to see both of these fighters. They look very well technical. I happen to know the guy from Las Vegas, and he's always a really sound fighter, and he fights very well. It got clocked right there, though.
Very nice shot there for Daniel Bailey against James Earl. Daniel Bailey for Dallas. He is out of the blue corner.
Bailey is punching well when he starts.
James Earl and Daniel Bailey going head to head. This one in the lightweight division.
Hands in position to go.
Man, he keeps beating him with that right hand.
Good shot
straight
there.
down the pipe.
Well, James Earl starting to pick it up a little bit. He's wearing the yellow with the orange. And James Earl picking up the pace a little bit, but Daniel Bailey seems to be in control.
Yeah,
Bailey's so fast.
Balaam got him early with a couple of those big punches, beating him to the punch right there. Earl's got to really step on the gas if he wants to win this round.
Daniel Bailey picking up the pace in the early going here, as we are with Team Combat League here from Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino in Unclesville, Connecticut. Ray Flores, Bubba Jenkins, Cynthia Conti here.
Earl can't wait if he's going to get going. That's how Bailey keeps getting them on the weight, on the entry.
Well, so far, it has been a quick start for the Dallas Enforcers. Chopping right hand over the top as we are in round 2 of 18. Daniel Bailey with Dallas. James Earl of Las Vegas.
It's a good left hook that Bailey's throwing. He keeps landing it, and Earl really hasn't got the defense for it just yet.
I thought it was so interesting also, Bubba, that Cynthia Conti interviewed Jennifer Miranda because she came out, talked about making a statement, and you could tell that her teammate Daniel Bailey is taken from her momentum.
Absolutely. He's trying to get that quick knockout, quick work, and put Vegas in a big, deep hole that they're already in.
Big right hand there for James Earl.
Just off the shoulder. Earl really meant that one. He's setting him up with that 1-2 and is looking good with the entry, but that left hook seems to give him problems.
Typically, as a fighter, you like to pace yourself, but it's very interesting because here in Team Combat League, you can't afford to do that.
Absolutely, you got to get right after it. And if you make a mistake early, you're back on the you're on the pedal trying to get that mistake back. Ooh, good left hook by Earl.
Yeah, and that'll end the second round, but I still would have to say Daniel Bailey likely's taking that one.
Yeah, and that's a surprise for me because I know James Earl, and I know how good of a fighter he is. He didn't come out. I feel like he came on late, but this is not the league for that.
No, not at all. I mean, look, you got to be able to start strong, and now we go on to the welterweight with Ronnie Ostian for Las Vegas, Avron Graham for Dallas. Avron Graham out of the blue corner. He is a southpaw. Ronnie Ostian, conventional fighter. Johnny Callis, a referee in charge already. What first 2 rounds for Team Combat League week number 5 here from Mohegan Sun.
Yeah, Vegas just need to get back on the driver's seat right here with this fighter.
Well, strong right hand already for Ronnie Ostian. Ostian seems to be trying to, as Graham is going forward, he's trying to beat him to the punch, so to speak.
Absolutely, and I'm always interested to see how the southpaws fight, being that I'm a southpaw myself, so it's always good to see those guys in the game. We're seeing more of them lately. Ooh, good overhand right there.
And good shot for Ronnie Ostian. Going to the body, though, is Avron Graham. Avron Graham has been involved in some battles here with Team Combat League. He's picking up the pace. as right now Austin ties him up to disrupt his rhythm.
Yeah, a little dirty boxing there, a little bit of my sport there, going a little mixed martial arts, but got to get that distance and got to be patient, like Austin's being a little bit.
Well, also you have to be physically strong. Good shot there from Austin as he popped Graham going forward.
Absolutely, that patience of him entering is what interrupted that right there.
If you're Everon Graham, though, you want to jab your way on the inside to try to give Ronnie Austin a different look.
And Graham should have seen how he's posturing with that right hand. He's shown him that right hand a couple of times, and, you know, he just walked right into it and let it bounce off his lip.
Good stiff jab for Ronnie Austin. I would give a slight edge to Austin, but still, I think the man that's able to land the more significant punch could very much win the round. I think it's pretty even right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. The patience of Austin is what I'm giving. The patience and the demeanor that he's got right now. He seems to be a little bit in more control than Graham.
Also, he's being busy enough, is Austin. He's a counter puncher, but he's being busy enough to where he's not being too complacent.
Ooh, that left hook landed.
Down
that
goes
was a good left
Everon
hook.
Graham, but Johnny Callis said he pushed him down.
That's a good left hook if you want to look back at that one.
Well, we'll bring that
He was
up
a cat-like with that
rounds.
response. It was really good.
Okay, so right now, Dallas is leading 20-16, which is major because right now, if you are Las Vegas, good right hand there by Austin. Boy, that buckled him.
The patience of Ronnie Austin and watching Graham come in is what's really killing him. The left hook had caught him on the first time, and that time he, again, with that right hook.
Big right hand there by Graham. He stunned Austin. Oh, my goodness. Was that enough to possibly sway the round in the favor of Everon Graham?
I don't know if it's to sway the round, but it definitely got Graham's attention. I mean, Ronnie Austin's attention.
Austin in some trouble here. Graham looking to swarm him and really pick up the pace and maybe steal this round. He was buckled early, was Graham, but he came back and unloaded a big shot that wobbled Austin. Ebb and flow action, and it's not even barely a round.
Absolutely. He's got to turn it back into the boxing match that it was. It seems that Graham's doing a little bit better when it comes into a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a war. That's Graham's field.
We're not even at Memorial Day, and the action is heating up here at Mohegan Sun. Give me a pull to cool down.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
This is some amazing action. TCL after it.
Look at this action, Bubba, as you describe it to us.
Left hook got him. They both traded the left hooks right there, but Graham seemed to get the better of him, and he jumped right on him. Doing a little bit of dirty boxing and grabbing right there. Got to get out of that heat.
So right now, Dallas is on top 20-16, but that was prior to the start of this last round. Now we get into round number 4. Now Dallas has increased their lead 30-25. By the way, I love this real-time scoring. These are the scores that the judges are tabulating, and we give them to you right then and there in real time. You never get this in boxing. It takes you 8 rounds, 4 rounds. This is not what we do. This is what we do on Team Combat League.
Right now, you got to know the score. We need to know what the fighters need to know. We need to know who needs to do what, when they need to do it, and who's down, who's up. It's always informational.
Good
but that left hook by Vegas is looking amazing.
Oh, my. Look at the action picking up the Las Vegas hustle, trying to hustle their way back into this one against Dallas. Daquan Wyatt and Corey Cadd. Wyatt wearing the orange and the red. And Corey Cadd for the Dallas Enforcers, as you see here, round number 4. This is a significant round, Bubba, for Las Vegas.
Yeah, absolutely. And Wyatt's starting out well, and he's boxing very good, looking to capitalize on the opportunities that Vegas is being presented with them being down a couple rounds.
Good right hand there by Daquan Wyatt. If you're Daquan Wyatt and Dewey Cooper, you know that Dewey is probably under the mindset, hey, we're down, and we're down big in the early going.
Absolutely, and I'm expecting to hear Dewey Cooper's voice here in a second just to motivate that Las Vegas crew. I think they started off a little bit slow, but now that we're in the fight, couple rounds deep, we should start seeing a little bit of the hustlers hustle.
Well, Dallas is coming off, both teams are coming off wins last week in week 4. So right at this juncture, AC Bryant, he believes that he has a team very capable
right hand
of
right
making
there.
it to the playoffs. Corey Cadd with a big right hand, but answering back with the left hook is Daquan Wyatt.
They're trading some really good shots right here. These guys are both going after it. I think Wyatt sees the scene, that he understands that he's down, that Vegas is down, and he's trying to do his best to get that capitalized on.
Wyatt has started off with more of a sense of urgency, but He cannot fade down the stretch of this fourth round.
Oh, good combo right there by Wyatt.
Echoing right hand for Daquan Wyatt out of Las Vegas as we're under a minute to go in this fourth round.
He seems to do better when he's doing a three-punch combination. Wyatt does.
That was a beautiful left hook to punctuate the combination for Daquan Wyatt. I think Wyatt's winning this round and winning it big.
Absolutely. Cod seems to be a little bit tired. If Wyatt sees the opportunity and the blood in the water, he can get one here for Vegas, being that Cod is so tired.
Daquan Wyatt has been landing that left hook with a greater regularity.
Big punches here from Vegas. He's really stepping on that gas pedal, trying to get one out of here. Back in my Penn State days, the crowd would be going, ooh, because we know we need to get a pin here. We need to get a big one here.
Well, it's true, because your team is down in the early going, and they need someone to come up big, and Daquan Wyatt has answered the bell.
Absolutely, and there's a little blood in the water here, so there's a small moment of opportunity. 10 seconds left. It's closing, but it was there.
Look, if you're going to be down, you might as well be down in the early going to know what you have to face when it comes to the uphill climb. Daquan Wyatt looks sensational for Las Vegas. Probably the first round that they've won all night.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think the pressure of being the team in front is somewhat, taxing sometimes with the mean overhands. Big punches here, guys. A lot of wild punches.
Some of the action.
I love how quickly we get on to the next bout. No bad taste in your mouth, just on to the next one.
Look, literally, we go 12 rounds, then we have a 5-minute intermission. Cynthia Conte going to be interviewing the who's who. That's your Mohegan Sun, and then we have the money rounds right after that. But right now, we're in the heavyweight division. Giovanni Scuderi and Waylon Bailey. Scuderi for Las Vegas. Good left hook by Giovanni Scuderi. Waylon Bailey going forward.
Scuderi's got a tall, long reach advantage, it seems, and I'm not a big fan of how he keeps his chin up, but he seems to be winning the round in the early goings. Just having more volume, yes.
Good shot to the body. Now Scuderi for Las Vegas, starting strong, as his team, Daquan Wyatt, his teammate, did earlier in the previous round.
With the patience and having a good stiff jab, staying out of range, Scuderi looks really good right now for Vegas.
So the score right now, Dallas 39, Las Vegas 35. So they did win that previous round. Bubba, and now if you're Scuderi, he's starting strong. If he's able to win this round, then you figure Las Vegas and Dewey Cooper, they're trying to cut into that sizable Dallas lead.
And like I said, Vegas has a hard time of starting early. It seems that they come back later in the rounds. And that left hook was landing very well for Scuderi. He rattled Bailey there for a little bit.
And he's sticking the jab. Everything for Scuderi for Las Vegas is coming off the jab.
Absolutely. He's going to fake that jab and throw a hook, and it's going to be a devastation for Bailey.
Big right hand by Waylon Bailey.
Absolutely.
Bailey caught the attention of Scuderi. Scuderi didn't take too well to it.
Good two-punch combination. That's that left hook I was talking about. Caught him with that fake jab left hook. There it was.
Good right hand by Scuderi. He's got Bailey wobbled.
2-3. It's going to be a night out. 2-3.
Johnny Callis watching the left hook. That snaps back the head of Waylon Bailey. Wow, what a start for Giovanni Scuderi. Bailey can barely remain and keep his vertical base.
Scuderi's got a little bit of blood in the water here. He's got to turn into a hustler right here. Show how Vegas Hustle gets back on that driver's seat.
Well, Scuderi picking up the pace. He's walking down Waylon Bailey. At this point, this is what I talk about in wrestling, the match within the match.
Yes.
You want to lose by a decision and not, big left.
He just got confirmation from the corner that he needs to get this finish. Well, you can see him look over and get an understanding and then really go back to work. You can see he knows. The coaches know, his corner knows. Get him out of there! Get him out of there. Look at Vegas team going crazy. He knew what was going on. He knew the time. He knew what he had to do, and he got it done. Scuderi with the moment. It's beautiful.
Well, that'll end it. Oh, my, Giovanni Scuderi.
Scuderi with the stoppage. And that'll likely bring this matchup even closer.
Yes, it will.
What a start.
Did you see him get confirmation in the corner? It looked like he looked over, got the confirmation, looked back in, and was like, all right, I'll go get the I'll go get the job done. That was amazing.
Bubba, talk us through what we just saw.
Slip, 1-2 all day. Here comes a 1-2 down. That's a BKSS system right there. Vegas is going to go 1-2 all day. Slip, 1-2. Caught him right on the ear. Set him down. Beautiful job by Scuderi in Vegas. Hustle.
Don't you love Team Combat League? We got a knockout stoppage for Jennifer Miranda for Dallas. And then in round 5, Giovanni Scuderi comes back and finishes off Waylon Bailey.
Absolutely. It's from different spectrums, from different styles, different places. It's just amazing. Team Combat League is a different format for anyone. You can have any type of fan to love this.
And now we go from the heavyweights now back to the women's featherweight division. Florencia Britos for Las Vegas. For Dallas, Leanna Calderon.
No time to wait.
And look at these women go right after each other.
Break on the break when I say break.
Man, the action is fast and furious here.
I know Team Hustle Vegas here. She's usually always hustling. Every time I see her in the gym, she's working really hard. So I know that Florencia is going to be trying to do her thing here.
She's so tough indeed, is Florencia Britos. Overhand right by Britos.
Valencia has told me that her last name is going to be Balin. Yes, Balin, like Berlin without the R. So they wanted me to correct that for her.
So it's not Britos?
No, it's not Britos, it's Balin.
All right, so Florencia Balin is how we will distinguish her. She is for Las Vegas.
Let's just say flow with the flow.
Yeah, flow. Exactly. Don't I know?
Look like it's a good fight going on here. They're swinging it out.
Trying to unload and land that overhand right. But Florencia Balin,
good left hook, good right hand. They're trading. Both of them are doing very well. A little bit more composure by Flo.
Balin with a nice right hand. Now the score is 46 for Dallas, 45 for Las Vegas. So we're pretty much deadlocked.
Deadlocked. And these girls are really going after it. That was a good left hand by Flo. Good right hand by Team Dallas.
Now, I'm just telling you what the kids say. You know when they say they eat something good and they say that's smacking? Well, these two ladies are smacking all over the place.
Absolutely. And they're smacking their fists on each other's faces right now.
Yes, they are. Indeed. Florencia Balin and
the pressure of Florencia is just amazing right now. She's just constantly going forward. They're both scrapping, but one is more composed than the other.
Well, Balin is clearly the more astute out of the two. Calderon very aggressive, and that'll end the round.
Great defense there on the end.
I thought Balin was terrific and really gave a wonderful account of herself. I thought she was more the intelligent of the two fighters.
Absolutely, and I think with that round right there, I think Vegas has moved into the driver's seat with the scorecard being as close as they were. Absolutely.
We'll take a look back at some of this action from the women's featherweight division with Florencia Balin and Leanna Calderon.
Just 1-2 overhand, just getting after it. Love to see it.
Speaking of getting after it, we get back at it.
So quickly to the next bout of action. It's amazing.
Sherrod Williams for Las Vegas, Randall Canaday for Dallas. Randall Canaday has been one of those guys that has been a consistent performer. And what I mean by that is that he will occasionally lose a round, but then when you need him to have a significant impact, he's able to do that as well. So Randall Canaday is one of those guys who you know you can rely on night in and night out.
Absolutely. He looks like he's doing a good job for his team right now, being on the front, being on the gas pedal, controlling the pace, and really get that jab going. Good
Bubba, you know what it is to be in a team format, you know, being a proud member of the Penn State Nittany Lions and the Arizona State Sun Devils.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to the team format, right now, Las Vegas is rolling. They got this one deadlocked likely. How important is that from a momentum standpoint.
It is real important, and your team can feel the momentum. You can feel how, you guys kind of started off a little bit sluggish and not really understanding maybe the hype of the moment, but once you get the crowd involved and, Kylie went down quick and early, maybe put a little stomp to the beginning of the momentum of Vegas, but as you see the punches being thrown and the rounds being tossed out there, you see a little bit of shift in the atmosphere, and it's just those who can do the marathon, not just the sprint.
Well, let's look at the score. We're tied at 55 each as we are in the 7th round.
55
Oh, my
ladies
goodness.
and gentlemen.
Want to thank Ahmed, want to thank Mark, want to thank Josh, the entire
good
Team
left
Combat
hook.
League team for giving us the scores. Left hook by Canada. Told you about Canada. He's someone to watch. Rod Williams, very talented as well, but Canada has been a consistent performer.
Absolutely. He seems to just be beating them to the punch. Williams seems to just be off by a second. If he picks up a little bit, if he starts a little dirty box and maybe put the pedal down and get a little bit of hustler-like, he might do a little bit of difference in this fight. But right now, Canada is walking away with a little bit of a control system.
As you know, being a prize fighter, as we enter the final minute of the 7th round, it's about timing. And Randall Canada's timing has been impeccable here tonight.
That slip and counter right there was absolutely beautiful. He's going to put that one on the poster one day.
I think Canada also has that ability. He's just so relaxed and is willing to allow Williams to make mistakes as he just clipped him with the left hook.
And that may be why he loses the rounds earlier. Maybe he, has a tendency to lose some rounds and come back later, because sometimes when you're just relaxed like that, it just, the moment doesn't really matter that much to you as it matters to the guy starting. It's not the right league to have that kind of atmosphere or mindset, but sometimes it's just kind of who you are.
I'm just thinking hypothetically here. You know who I think, and he's now retired, who would love this kind of format is Jorge Masvidal.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, that's a guy who went at it. I mean, terrific fighter.
Immediately.
But just went at it from the outset. I think this is his kind of format.
Absolutely. There's a lot of MMA fighters that would love this type of format. No fill-out process, no longevity, no shaking hands. We're getting right to it. I'm trying to knock you out and get out of here as quick as I possibly can.
Can you imagine? There's a beautiful left hook there.
Wonderful boxing in that round.
Randall Canada. I would have to give it to Canada, and not just because I like watching him perform, but it's the truth. I think that Dallas has likely surged ahead, but now we have...
He looked good during that.
In the welterweights, Janjarbek Ragmanov of Las Vegas and Andre Ewell. Ragmanov been around for a while.
Absolutely, and I've seen him get a couple knockouts, a couple really powerful punches this year. He really shakes the canvas when he gets throwing.
Well, he's shaking things up for Las Vegas as well. A couple of weeks ago, he had a stoppage victory. Did send Janjarbek Ragmanov when Las Vegas needed it. And look at him go. He's attacking the body of Andre Ewell.
Yeah, and Ragmanov is as aggressive as you can find him.
Also, we got Cynthia Conti, who's doing reporting all night long. She will be here for interviews, post and during, and also afterwards, and then on our social media page as well at Team Combat League on Instagram. And Ragmanov starting off, he started off strong, now he's dropped a little bit as Ewell has gone to southpaw and is looking to land the left.
Very good patience by Ewell for having Ragmanov just coming in and put that pressure on him. He's being very calculated with his defense.
I think he's trying to get Ragmanov to run into something.
Absolutely. I can feel the setup happening.
And Dallas is now on top 65-64 of Las Vegas, so that was a big round for Randall Canada in the previous round, and I think Andre Ewell is performing well. He's keeping Ragmanov at bay.
Absolutely. He just caught him with a good left hand there. Again, love seeing the southpaws and what they do. Picking up, even though I'm in the commentator seat, I love being a student all the time. And that pressure in his face is messing with Team Vegas.
Well, look at this. Ragmanov started off trying to bully Andre Ewell. Ewell decided to sit back a little bit, and now he started taking it right to Ragmanov.
Yeah.
And Ragmanov is getting hammered with some big shots from the Dallas Enforcer zone, Andre Ewell.
He's off. Something happened. He got clipped. He got hurt. He's not right. And if he don't get his faculties back straight, he can get put out of there.
Well, not to sound like Gloria Gaynor, I think Ragmanov is of the mindset, I will survive. That's what he's thinking with these final 52 seconds.
Yeah, he doesn't look the same as we've normally known him. He did start off like the bull we know him to be, but he's been backed up for whatever reason.
And when you get backed up and you're able to back up Janjarbek Ragmanov, you must have hit him with something significant. And
did
again,
something.
he gets landed. He gets clobbered with the left.
There's a little bit of that power we've heard from Ragmanov, but it's to no avail here.
Ragmanov coming forward, but Andre Ewell has taken control.
Good body shot there.
Action, a good right hook to the body, smashing the left rib cage of Ragmanov. Ragmanov is almost out on the ropes.
Yeah, just keeping something in his face is what Ewell's doing, and just bothering him, just giving him the best of that space. Ooh, caught him right there, walking in. But I'm going to give that round to
Dallas.
Ewell. Yeah.
Ewell and Dallas. So
he did well.
How crazy is this? Dallas started off with a 30-25 lead, and now they lost the lead, gave it up the lead. They were tied, and now they've regained the lead.
I saw that left hand that landed that backed up Ragmanov, so I can see where it happened at.
And now we have Alan Medina and Lark Samar.
Yeah. So the Medina kid is someone that I recognized at the Vegas gym, hanging out or being coached by Dewey back in their time, sometime with Sam Arnold and those guys back in the day. So he's someone that I've known to be in the Dewey camp. Seemed to be fighting for the Dallas team here.
Yeah, Alan Medina for Las Vegas and Lark Samar for Dallas.
Excuse me, I meant Samar. But yeah.
Yeah, you meant seeing Lark Samar in the gym with Dewey Cooper. Now he's a member of the Dallas Enforcers.
Yes, yeah.
Well, you know, Dewey Cooper hated to lose him in free agency. Good shot there
I
by
can see
Lark
why
Samar.
these left hooks are getting to Team Vegas.
That's Alan Medina.
He got caught right there with a nice good jab on the way in. He seems to be the more controlled fighter and just has a little bit of a speed advantage.
How much of a testament? There we go. As we see the left hook by Lark Samar. But Bubba, how much of a momentum shift? Dallas started off strong. They gave up the lead. They were even. And now the previous two matchups, Randall Kennedy, Andre Ewell, have been performing well, and Lark Samar following in their footsteps.
And also, when some of your better fighters on your roster start to go down or lose, when your good fighters start to get shaken, some of the fighters on the team that are not as good or do not have that momentum of the season, they start to get shook too. So, there's a lot of ebbs and flows in this fight game, especially with the Team Combat League, of seeing some of your fighters win and some of your fighters lose and still having to go out there and perform like nothing has happened.
So we have Las Vegas and Dallas matching up. 1:10 to go in this, the 9th round. Good left for Alan Medina. Medina picking up the pace here.
They are picking it up. Medina's definitely
go at it.
Medina's definitely been winning the last 30 seconds. He started off for us, but this seems to be a nice little even fight. They're both catching each other.
Under a minute to go in this 9th round.
Alan Medina try to get on him right there.
Medina.
There's a little bit of blood in the water. He seems a little bit tired or affected by something. But it's part of the fight game.
Well, Alan Medina has picked it up. Is it enough to win him the round? I don't know, but I will say he's made it a closer round in these final 45 seconds.
Absolutely. That was a good trade right there. He seems to be more aggressive.
Good
That's
shot.
A good
Down
knockdown.
goes Samar.
Wow.
But it was not ruled a knockdown per referee in charge, Arthur Mercanti. We'll go back and look at that.
Southpaw left hands are getting to him.
I think
right
Medina might have stolen this round.
Absolutely, absolutely. He got caught with a right hand right there, but he squeaked that out, and he's being the bully right now.
And that'll end a riveting 9th round. We're going to go back and take a look to see if that was a knockdown. We need to roll that.
I believe it was a knockdown.
The head of the commission, Mike Mazzulli here, who is going to take a look. We do have instant replay in effect. Let's go back and take a look if that was a knockdown. It was not. So it was not a knockdown. Per saying
Mr. Wild
Mike Mazzulli, the head of the commission here at Mohegan Sun. So round 9 comes to a close, and I think that was enough to give it to Alan Medina of Las Vegas.
I agree with that. Wild hook that we thought was a knockdown, ended up not being one. So yeah, still think Medina took that round.
Okay, so now we enter round 10. This one in the middleweight division. Alexander Theo for Las Vegas. Diane Depestry for Dallas.
immediately traded jabs as soon as they came out just to get the party started. And we see who's more aggressive. Seems like the enforcer is.
Good start to this 10th round. This is probably the most feeling out process that we've seen so far out of the night. Theo and Depestry, they are middleweights.
Good left
160
hook by Vegas there. He seems to be on the counter. Man, it seems
Depestry with the left hook.
tonight seems to be the left hook of left hooks because that's what most people are getting hit with.
Yeah, that'll make Jeff left hook Lacy proud down in St. Petersburg, Florida. Good right hand there by Depestry.
Absolutely.
Round 10 of 18. Dallas has been surging with the exception of, I think Alan Medina won that last round. So I think we have a very close matchup here.
Very close. Good body shot right there. Nice in and out. Right hand to the body. It was devastating.
Depestry with a beautiful right to the body.
He's
of
loading
Alexander
up.
Theo.
Loading up a little bit on his punches. If he, you know, maybe doesn't make them so wide, they'd probably be a little bit more effective for what he's looking for.
Overhand right. Oh,
nice,
my.
clean, and sharp.
Boy, oh boy, we heard that all the way in Brooklyn.
Exactly what I mean. He's starting to sharpen up his punches a little bit. Not as wild, but not as telegraphed, but just nice and clean, sharp, sweet.
Okay, so Dallas is leading 85-82, so they gave that round, the previous round, to Large Samar, so that means that Dallas has won the last 3 rounds, possibly in the driver's seat to win the last 4, because I think Depestry has landed the bigger shots here against Alexander Theo.
Absolutely.
Now Theo going backwards, under a minute to go, another left hook.
Yeah. The enforcer is really doing a good job of timing him and getting him in with that left hand. Whether he's entering or whether he's waiting on him to come in, the left hook is being used beautifully.
That was a big momentum shift after you saw Calderon lose to Florencio Balin, and AC Bryant rallied his troops, and they've been performing exemplary so far in these last few rounds.
Theo's got to be careful with that leaning back that he's doing, and he's trying to throw punches from a little bit too far away with the lean, and he can really get hurt here.
Dallas is feeling the momentum. Las Vegas, they started slow, they came on strong, and now they're fading. Dallas coming on yet again. Depestry a part of that momentum shift for the Dallas Enforcers.
That wasn't a good round for Vegas at all, and with them having lost the last couple of rounds, they're gonna need to pick it up here pretty soon.
So we have Skylar Lacy now and Andres Montoya. So now we have Skylar Lacy, Andres Montoya matching up. Dallas now has taken a 95-91 lead over Las Vegas. So they have won the last 4 rounds, and they have built on their momentum. They had a big lead. They gave it up by like any quality team in professional sports or even collegiately as well. They were able to rally, and they have once again regained the momentum.
Yeah, I think in Team Las Vegas is going to need one of those Dewey Cooper speeches to get them going, get them motivated, get them back in this fight, because they seem to be a little bit sluggish. They did have a nice little ebb and flow in the middle, but in the beginning and in the end, they seem to fall off a little bit.
Well, right now we have Skylar Lacy, Andres Montoya getting ready to match up, and we are awaiting to see when they are going to put the fighters in the ring. So we are going to go, and I guess we're going to have an intermission right now. And right now we are going to, I believe Cynthia Conti is going to go ahead and make sure to try to grab somebody and see who she can talk to. But Bubba, so far through 10 rounds, your thoughts on what we've seen so far? Dallas on top, 95-91.
Loving the action, man. We started off with a hell of a overhand right against Kylie. The Miranda,
Jennifer Miranda stopping Kylie Fulmer. We hadn't even gotten fully together yet,
And my goodness, how quickly it started.
And that's just Team Combat League for you. Every fight has been one right after the other, one right after the other. Action-packed for the whole part because each fighter knows that they got to get it on this round and there's no tomorrow. So it was beautiful to see.
When also Giovanni Scuderi and Waylon Bailey, you know, Scuderi with a knockout over Waylon Bailey.
What was the knockdowns record? So how many knockouts did Vegas get? How many did Dallas get?
3 or 4. So as we get set, let's go ahead and take a look at what we've seen so far with Team Combat League.
There's nothing more exciting than what the Team Combat League brings to the table.
One-round bouts, 8 teams across the U.S.
The idea of this is so unique and so new.
It forces the fighters to skip the feel-out process and get right to the action.
I feel like New York's got a real good shot here, especially if I'm on the team.
Nobody can beat my mind, so nobody can beat me.
With the modeling is the modeling. When it comes to boxing, I handle my business.
1 round, and guys giving it all.
This is going to be the future of boxing. I'm very excited to watch this format, this tournament, and this league.
1 round, all what you got. Any minute, any second, anything can happen.
I got a 3-year-old kid. I'm just ready to change my family's life. What's up?
What's up?
Current super bantamweight ABF champion of the world.
I was born the champ in the crib. Let's go.
There's no way anybody can compete with us.
LA Terminators will come to whoop some ass.
Las Vegas hustle, let's go.
The opportunity that a lot of these fighters will be having is a 6-figure pay, health insurance. There's endless stuff to it.
I've been in and out of jail. I ain't gonna cap it to you. I've been shot 10 times.
Came down here with nothing. No car, no job. Hoping I make this Team Combat League to change my life.
If you're willing to sacrifice and if you got the talent, you're going to make this team. That's it.
To be able to see what city has the best fighters in the United States of America.
With TCL, that's what you're going to get.
All right, so 10 rounds in the books here between Las Vegas and Dallas. The Dallas Enforcers on top of the Las Vegas Hustle, 95-91, alongside Bubba Jenkins. Bubba, here is what we have witnessed thus far.
Great night of action right there. Beautiful overhand right. Put her out early before we even basically got to our seats. Jumped on her and never stopped. She was all over. I wouldn't even say Kylie warmed up just yet.
Well,
good
here was the
trade
matchup with Ron Yostian and Avron Graham.
Scuderi getting the knockout here with the nice 1-2. Beautiful night of action here.
Well, that was Sanjarbek Ragmanov when he matched up against Andre Ewell.
Ewell doing very good with the counter punching there. And this was a really good fight. Surprisingly, how many swings it had, how many different ebbs and flows. In the beginning, started off with Vegas doing very well.
And now we get ready for the heavyweights. Skylar Lacy for Las Vegas. He is a big man.
Yes,
and Andres Montoya, who always seems to bring a form of entertainment. He's certainly a unique personality for the Dallas Enforcers.
A lot of energy I'm seeing right here. A lot of energy.
And now we begin this 11th round. Skylar Lacy, Andres Montoya. Skylar Lacy looks like he should be playing basketball right now for the Golden State Warriors.
Absolutely, absolutely. His range is, you can't teach that. So we're going to see how he deals with it from Dallas.
So Dallas on top, 95-91. And if you are Las Vegas, you got to look at it. You have to win every round from here on out.
Absolutely. You got to really be calculated about your punches. Counter opportunity was there for Las Vegas. He just missed them.
You know, Montoya's throwing wild looping shots. Lacy, if he keeps his punches straight, likely will have an easy target to land upon.
Straight punches usually do the job. They usually win any kind of wild exchanges or any kind of street fights. The guy who's shooting the straighter punches is usually going to come out on top.
A lot of bobbing and weaving from Andres Montoya, but unless you have knockout power like that of Iron Mike Tyson, it will not serve you well.
Right, absolutely. The bobbing and weaving is doing a service to him, but I don't know if it's a good one.
Well, Montoya, though, isn't apprehensive at all. He's at least coming forward and saying, I'm going to throw caution to the wind.
Lacy is trying to find that,
right
too.
hand by Lacy.
Yeah, Lacy's trying to find that timed one, too.
That
Montoya
was a
showing
beautiful
some toughness.
jab. followed by a right hand.
Montoya showing some toughness after taking that right hand, and I don't know if it's toughness or foolishness, but he's in the fight.
He just ate a heavy right hand from the 6'6" Skylar Lacy.
And they are trading in close range and from a distance.
Boy, just hearing those thuds here at a broadcast position. Coming up on a minute to go. This 11th round scheduled for 18. This is the first of a triple header. Coming up next, we'll have LA and DC, LA Tengus and the DC Destroyers.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what those two teams bring, but I'm also looking to see if Lacy can get this 2 off. It seems like he wants to set him up for that 1-1 and then a heavy right hand that he just threw, but I got to see him put the pin to the pedal.
Now, when you're talking about the 1-1, you mean the jab, right?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. The numbers. The jab, and then the 2 that he's really trying. He looks like he's been setting that up the whole time. So
the 2 being the right hand.
Yes, sir. The jab, and then the cross.
Beautiful left hook by Skylar Lacy.
He's feeling himself a little bit, going back and forth.
Good right hand to the body. That was sneaky.
Beautiful bolo little punch there. Bolo body. There we go. Again, like I said, he's feeling himself. Got the motion going. Got the timing going. He might find that too if he gets crispy enough.
But look at Montoya go.
Good round for Vegas there.
Well, they needed this round, I would say more so than the Dallas Enforcers, because they are trailing 95-91.
Yeah. Like you said, they need to win every round. I think they had a good start right there.
I think it's so cool. Skylar Lacy literally steps over the top rope as well. How cool is that?
Yeah, absolutely. Reminds me of the Big Show in my wrestling days.
Absolutely. As we'll take a look, Andres Montoya trying to motivate himself, but Skylar Lacy said, no way. Now we enter round number 12 here between Las Vegas and Dallas. We got Deontay Brown and Daniel Bailey. We're in the men's lightweight division. So right now it is Deontay Brown for Las Vegas, Daniel Bailey for Dallas. I would have to say when I look at this entire team, I would say that Daniel Bailey's probably one of the most athletic out of the entire Dallas Enforcers team.
Absolutely. He looks to be fast, got a sense of confidence about him. Although Las Vegas is a little bit on him right now, I would say he's beating him to the punch, and he looks crisp.
Beautiful jab for Deontay Brown to start off quickly.
I think Brown's controlling this round, doing much better.
Well, if you're Las Vegas, you have been in this position before here in this matchup. They were down big early, 30-25. They were able to even it up, and then they're facing another deficit. But they have been able to climb from behind. Beautiful straight left for Deontay Brown.
Beautiful straight left, and it's followed up with a right hook. I wouldn't say that it was a thing that threw him off balance as far as him really shocking him, but definitely had some balance there. And there goes that athleticism that you're talking about, a little mixed martial arts in there.
Yeah, you would like that little judo throw, right?
Teach him a good little takedown with that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Ray Flores, Bubba Jenkins, Cynthia Conti. Oh, look at this.
We got a mixed martial arts fight that's broken out here.
Wait a minute. Johnny Callis, has he waved it off? Did he wave it off? He waved it off. What is the call? What is the call is what we need to know. There is a bit of confusion here.
Guess they didn't stop fighting.
If we could go ahead, it's a DQ.
Well, I think that it was the referee's job to break them up, right? It's a little bit of a weird call there. They're punching, okay.
So who did he disqualify is my question.
I think he needs to be more of aggressive as a referee to break them up. These are two men trying to get after it, win for their states. For you not to get in there and get involved to break them up seems to be a little bit of a lazy job, in my opinion.
Okay, so there's a reason why we have esteemed ringside reporter Cynthia Conti. She is on it and trying to provide clarification for us. In the meantime, we got Florencia Balin and also Jennifer Miranda matching up. We remember Miranda from looking spectacular when she knocked out Kylie Fulmer.
Absolutely. Flo's a different beast, though, so we're going to see how this goes with the quick start that Miranda has. And the flow that we know.
All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Cynthia Conti. Cynthia, if you could provide clarification on what happened.
I can't really give much clarification because right now it is ruled a no contest. Mike Mazzulli is going to talk to the ref to find out exactly if it was a DQ. They didn't really say, but he said come back. So that's the only information I have right now. Sorry, guys, but I will be back with exactly what happened.
What's up,
See, that is why we love having our ringside reporter, Cynthia Conti, because the commission is going to provide clarification. But as of right now, Jennifer Miranda, Florencia Balin matching up here. And my goodness, they are really getting after it here, Bubba.
Yeah, and it seems to be a bigger thing for Vegas to have that go the way that it went than it is for Dallas, being that Dallas is in the lead. Miranda seems to try to just put the pressure down, but Flo's fighting back very well.
Oh, absolutely.
The jab by Flo is what's controlling the distance. But it seems like they want to fight. I don't know what happened in the air or what happened in the water, but we turned out to some mixed martial arts fights here.
Yeah.
No, if it's because of ringside or what.
I think you're here ringside there, Bubba. Right now, Dallas is on top, 114-111 of Las Vegas. So the action is picking up. But look at this. They are both just in heavy pursuit of one another.
Absolutely. I would say it's dirty boxing, but it's going after the referee, so there's a little bit of nasty boxing going on. But they seem to both be fighting well. I can't even tell you who won that round.
All right, so that'll end the round with Jennifer Miranda and Florencia Balin. Coming up, we got Alexander Theo and Benjamin Whitaker, but Cynthia Conti has clarification as to what happened. Cynthia.
I do have clarification. Mike Mazzulli just told me it's a no contest on both teams because they both both fighters did not adhere to the ref's rules and to the instructions by the ref.
So they both were penalized.
Both of them were penalized.
Okay, so Deontay Brown, Daniel Bailey, thank you very much, Cynthia.
I think that goes, I think it's better for Dallas that happened. I think Deontay Brown was winning the round. I think he was controlling and going in, I think it was going in Las Vegas' favor, and Las Vegas need those rounds.
Well, my goodness, so that is how a no contest was ruled. Excellent job by Cynthia Conti, as always, to give us that analysis. Benjamin Whitaker, though, starting off with that left hook. I guess he saw that Alexander Theo was susceptible in his previous matchup against Depestry.
Well, sometimes the thing about this is you get to see some of these fighters fight different guys. You know, Theo, this is his second fight, and this is Benjamin Whitaker's first fight. So Whitaker's sitting on the side, kind of getting reads and understanding of what Theo does. So it's a little bit of a disadvantage in that manner.
I think it's good and bad because if you're Theo, you at least get warmed up. Whitaker is having to come in a key situation in these money rounds pretty much almost cold.
Absolutely.
So there's good and bad on both halves.
A lot of ebbs and flows to this league and a lot of reasons to just get out there and fight your fight.
Good round there. Right hand by Benjamin Whitaker.
Snapping some heads back on this round, huh?
Going back to your wrestling days, can you imagine wrestling the first period, then having to sit out for about a couple of matches and then getting right back in there for the second period?
I don't know how that would feel, but I know I would like to get in there for the second period of a guy who's already wrestled the first period.
I love that.
That would have been a nice little advantage and maybe having a little lead there too.
You gotta love it. Right now, though, Benjamin Whitaker, the crafty of the two, the 37-year-old.
Nice two there by Benjamin.
Good stiff jab by Benjamin Whitaker. Whitaker is the general in there so far against Alexander Theo. Theo waiting for that one picture-perfect shot.
Yeah, sometimes you got to feel like, man, I got to get something going. This is two different guys. This is two different styles that I'm looking at, and I'm getting beat by both of them. So there's a time where you're in this combat league where you just feel like, man, I just got to get my thing going.
Good right hand for Alexander Theo, but pretty much that's been all that he's been able to muster, if that.
Yeah, he's really reading off of what the Dallas guys are doing, not really fighting his fight.
Another right hand that found its destination for Dallas's Benjamin Whitaker. Under a minute left here in this 14th round.
Theo's looking for that pull counter too, or pull counter cross. He's just not quite fast enough or in the reach to get that done.
Whitaker, although being 37, still seems to be the fresher of the two.
Moving very well. Seems to have his chin up a little bit, though. He can get in trouble with that later in his combat career.
Whitaker has been able to dictate the pace and the range. And this is another important round for Dallas. I think they are building on their lead.
Yeah, no energy, not much effort out of Theo here. I think that first round it tired him out. The left hook kind of landed, a little glance there, but that's about it.
Final moments of this 14th round, right hand connecting for Benjamin Whitaker, and that'll end the 14th round.
Good right hand by him.
Terrific round so far.
I wonder what the score is now.
We're going to find out in a few moments. Now we focus in on Ronnie Ostian and Lark Samar.
Yeah, this was a good fight last time.
They really got after it. Yeah. And the judges gave it to Samar in the last outing. Now we will begin this 15th round between Ronnie Ostian and Lark Samar. I think Ostian got off a little bit too late from my standpoint, and he wasn't able to turn things around.
And he's correcting that with a fast start right here, right now. He started off with that quick jab on a nice little counter cross, counter two right there.
So this is Alan Medina, not Ronnie Ostian, so my apologies on that.
And I should have known that. I'm looking right at him, and I know he's in the camp with Dewey back in the day, so my apologies. I should have corrected you on that one. Definitely Medina here. And Samar. Right hook lands.
Ostian got hurt. Ronnie Ostian got hurt. So therefore, Alan Medina had to pick up the pace and now is in the sole welterweight for Las Vegas. So very much I appreciate the entire team here at Team Combat League for providing us that information. Right now, you have none other than Alan Medina for Las Vegas. Good shot there by Lark Samar, who backed up Alan Medina. Medina's hurt. Medina's in serious trouble. He's getting hit with big shots.
But he's still in the fight. He doesn't seem to be dazed. He just kept getting clapped with that right hand. But Medina very much still understanding of what's going on in this moment. He keep getting hit with that left hook, but he's still here, as you can see. I mean,
what did he do? Did he borrow your chin for the night there, Bubba? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it seemed like it, but he's still there, and he's still very responsive.
Over the course of a 15-second period, it was like a drummer going to work.
Man, good left hand, counter left hand right there. Like I said, he's still alive, and he's looking to do something different than what he did for that 15 seconds of taking all those left hands.
Win or lose for Alan Medina, he is 1-2.
Right hook, wow, that was a mean right hook by Medina.
Well, and Samar hit it well.
Yes, he did. Man, I love this fighting spirit between these two. These guys have been getting after it all night.
Talk about performing well, though, when your team needed it for Lark Samar with Dallas. And for Alan Medina, literally coming off the bench, thinking you got the rest of the night off and saying, hey, you got to go in because your teammate got hurt. And that of Alexander Theo.
And having the fight he just had as well on top of it, he's really out here fighting for his team.
I stand corrected, he's in place of Ronnie Ostian.
Good left hook, right hook.
Wow, what action here.
Good
Beautiful left.
Oh, he's hurt.
By Alan Medina.
He's hurt. They go back and forth. Man, I need to see another 3 rounds from these two guys.
Good right hand by Samar, followed by a left hook.
It seems like it always is going to Dallas way, and then Vegas just comes on late, man. That was a really good round to watch.
I still think that Samar did enough, but if I had to give a vote for the toughest chin of the night, it has to be Alan
right
Medina.
Hand, right hand, right hand, right hand. 6 consecutive right hands over and over.
Like I said, it's like a drummer pounding the drums in consistent fashion. Medina's chin was the drum getting pounded upon.
Absolutely.
Well, now we got Everon Graham and Sanjarbek Ragmanov. Ragmanov, apparently whatever happened to him in the previous round when he was competing against Andre Ewell, he was able to turn things around, and now he's back in there against Everon Graham.
Yeah, and this should be a really good fight because both of these guys seem to have that bully type of fighting personalities. Watching them both in the first rounds, they both kind of came forward against their opponents. Should be a nice little clash in the middle of the cage.
Now we're on to round 16. We have 3 more rounds to go. We're in the money rounds of the first of our triple header here from Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino.
We're going to see somebody walk right into something the way they both kind of clash.
Avron Graham looking to disrupt the rhythm with
a high crotch
Ragmanov.
right there. A little wrestling high crotch.
Yeah, no doubt. Stiff jab for Graham, a left that backed up Ragmanov. Ragmanov might be hurt.
Yes.
Another left that backed him up immediately. He's got his back on the ropes, and now he's looking to fight fire with fire. Is Ragmanov. As Graham landing with greater regularity with that left to the body.
Ragmanov seems to not been able to take punishing punches. He can give them out, but he just don't seem to be able to take them that well today at least.
Ragmanov has been hurt on numerous occasions with the left, either it being from Avron Graham or that of Andre Ewell.
Yeah, and Graham just sticking the jab, staying busy, not having to do too much. I think Ragmanov's trying to suck him into something, but Graham can just stay patient. He doesn't have to do too much. The jab is killing him, and the power is killing him. Every time he throws hard, it backs up Ragmanov.
I don't know if it was by design, but A.C. Bryant, the head coach of Dallas, must have known that Sanjarbek Ragmanov is having trouble with southpaws, and he's thrown 2 southpaws at him here tonight.
2 power thrower southpaws that are really affecting him. You can hear the punches.
Moments ago, a left hook that blasted into the body of Sanjarbek Ragmanov. Under a minute to go. This is round 16 of 18, not 17. So 2 more rounds to go after this one. Sanjarbek Ragmanov and Avron Graham. If you're Las Vegas, though, you need these next 3 rounds. Ragmanov's got to come up with something miraculous here.
If you're Las Vegas, it's not looking good for you as far as the victory goes in this ultimate fight here. At the end of the day, I think Dallas came out and just put it on Vegas. For the most part, the majority of all the rounds.
Well, I would say that Dallas, they've been able to weather the storm. They jumped out to an early lead. Then Las Vegas stormed back. Then they built another lead, and they've been able to regain the lead and have not looked back since.
Well, I wouldn't say Ragmanov has had a good weekend so far.
It's been one of those nights, and that'll end the 16th round. As we have 2 more rounds to go, we'll focus in on the middleweights and the heavyweights as we'll go back and look at the work from Avron Graham.
Uppercut that backed up Ragmanov right there and really kind of changed the whole, bully versus bully fight right there. And he just pulling down that guard and trying to get that sweet spot.
Now we are in the final 2 rounds. Daquan Wyatt for Las Vegas, Diane Depestry of Dallas. Depestry did well landing that left hook with a higher frequency in the matchup against Alexander Theo.
Wyatt's got to calm down. He seems to be an anxious fighter every time I see him fight, so I would like to see him be a little bit more calm. He did a good job for Vegas in the last round, so we'll see how he does. Both of these guys got a victory.
Standpoint of weaponry, Wyatt was using that right hand to shake up his opponent in his previous matchup that we saw against Corey Cadd, but for Depestry, the left hook was his primary weapon of choice.
Absolutely, and it was devastating.
Round 17 of 18 is what we're in. So 1 more round to go. Michael Hunter, Andres Montoya are next. So Daquan Wyatt, Diane Depestry. Curious to see what the scores are.
I'm thinking that Dallas is up big.
Yeah, they're probably of the mindset of you need 2 knockdowns if you are the Las Vegas Hustle to try to turn things around in a major way.
Good left hook again. That's been his money punch all night. Quan's got to do a better job of
right hand counter for Diane Depestry of Dallas. Want to thank our CEO, Ahmed Sheikh, for doing an amazing job with his entire team. Also, our travel person, Belinda, doing a sensational job making sure that we all get to and from where we need to go. Right hand for Depestry as Wyatt went forward.
Wyatt's got to kind of have a game plan. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, there's a low blow right there. but I'm not really sure what he really is trying to do. He seems to just be out there winging it. No real system to his offense.
He seems to be befuddled by what he's seeing out of Depestry.
Right, a little discombobulated, so to speak.
We have 60 seconds to go in this, our 17th round. On left hook by Depestry. There is that signature left hook that we saw in his previous outing. And now Depestry's in a rhythm. Right. And that is problematic for Daquan Wyatt of Las Vegas.
Right, and Wyatt seems to be falling over his feet, and it's just not looking good for Vegas in this moment.
The second straight week, another impressive performance for the Dallas Enforcers. Las Vegas, they now will likely be tied in the standings with the Dallas Enforcers, and that's significant because of the 6 teams that we're seeing tonight, only 4 of them will qualify for the playoffs.
Wow, well, they got to do something different here. If they want to still be fighting for the rest of the season, still get that check, they got to come out and fight harder.
Yeah, you want that playoff bonus? Well, you got to be able to win every single week.
Absolutely.
And that'll end round 17. Diane Depestry in control against Daquan Wyatt.
Daquan Wyatt was very wild in that fight and didn't look good losing at all.
We'll go back and watch some of the action. Now the 18th and final round, Michael the Bounty Hunter. What a closer. If you are Dewey Cooper, talk about a closer. Being able to say, here, Michael Hunter, a guy who's probably top 15 heavyweight in the world at least. Right. A guy who fought for the Cruiserweight Championship of the world against Alexander Usyk, who happens to be the unified heavyweight champion of the world now. Michael Hunter, the Olympian. Talk about being able to go to him in your final round.
It'd be a great little back pocket to have, a little trick in the back pocket to have if the fights were a little bit closer. If, Vegas and Dallas happen to be in a barn burner, then you could go to this. It'd be much better. It'd feel much more like Curry at the free throw line than it does right now.
So at this point, you got to be thinking Michael Hunter knows he needs a finish against Andres Montoya.
We all need a finish if you're in Vegas.
No question. And if you are Andres Montoya, you got to be like, look, I know I'm in there against Michael Hunter, and what's great about Team Combat League is that you get unique matchups every single week. If Montoya is able to hang, as he is right now against Michael Hunter, look, even performing one round in real competition is significant.
Just need one round in TCL, baby. That's all you need. And, putting it on camera, putting the tape out there, showing everybody you can hang is always important for your future.
Look, in combat sports, in wrestling, in boxing, in MMA, you're always in it. I mean, look at what happened with Purdue's Matt Ramos in big right hand by Michael Hunter. Ramos took Spencer Lee, lost in the regular season, comes back, pins him in the NCAAs.
Absolutely, it can happen, and that's why we love the combat sport. A pinner's chance, a puncher's chance, what we call it, and everyone's got one.
Big right hand there by Michael Hunter.
I missed that one. I saw that setup that he was looking for with that overhand right.
Yeah, he missed it, but he did. It was like a glancing shot. There's a right hand. Hunter's trying to land that right hand right on the chin of Andres Montoya.
He meant it that time. He wanted it so bad. He didn't. He left his foot on the deck. He fell into the water right there.
At this time, you would think that it is Dallas who's in total control, but Michael Hunter is throwing that right hand with venomous intentions.
If he comes back with that left hook, he might have something. He's just out of reach with that right hand, but if he goes right hand, left hook, he just can step into that good range. He's just missing it.
Another right hand for Michael Hunter.
At this point, he's just on the bully technique.
Hunter has gotten some good work, but you would hope if you were Dewey Cooper, you might have wanted to see him earlier in this matchup to give Michael Hunter 2 rounds of work.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, there's a reason why Michael Hunter is so beloved by Team Combat League.
There goes that too he's looking for.
He is a quality prize fighter. What a right hand.
He melted him.
He's out.
He's out.
Montoya in trouble.
He's out.
Michael Hunter pouring it on Andres Montoya.
Blood in the water.
Can Michael Hunter get a knockdown? A right hand smashing into the face of Montoya. And that'll end the save by the bell.
Way to finish.
Wow.
That was a good last minute fight right there.
Michael Hunter, you're a bad man.
Yeah, absolutely. Montoya's still not sure where he is.
Here is some of the action from
What's
that
going on,
round.
man? Montoya is still confused about what just happened. That right hand slapped him a little bit.
So with the exception of that big round compliments of Michael Hunter for Las Vegas, I would have to say AC Brian Dallas, they got to be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Absolutely. They walked away with a hard, tough fall victory over a nice team.
Well, all right, Ray Flores alongside Bubba Jenkins as the fighters will make their way into the ring. I'm going to get the score totals momentarily, but Bubba, your thoughts on what we saw here in the first of our triple header?
Really impressed by Dallas and how they came out and just put it on Vegas. There were some ebb and flows there for Vegas. Didn't really get the steam that they wanted and didn't really start like they wanted to, but I would say a lot of their big fishes won, but for the most part, Dallas got the job done.
All right, let's go back into the ring because I need to go ahead and get the score totals. But Bubba, very significant. I'm going to grab the score totals and announce the winner. But to me, Dallas looked exceptional here tonight. Excited
for the rest of the fights because that was an open and shut case for Dallas.
Ladies and gentlemen, after completing 18 rounds in the first of our triple header here in week 5 of Team Combat League between Las Vegas and Dallas, here is your final score. Dallas 173, Las Vegas 166. Dallas improves to 2-2 on the season. Las Vegas falls to 2-2 on the year. What a win for the Dallas Enforcers, led by their head coach, AC Bryan. Bubba, Dallas is now 2-2 on the year.
Way streak for me. I thought it was a pretty easy victory for them, and sad to see Vegas, me being a Vegas guy, me being a Dewey lover, seems to be sad to be seeing them walk away like they are. I think they got that stat wrong right there. They said Las Vegas Hustler was the winner, but we see Dallas in there in the victory lane.
All right, so now we are going to send it to the third member of our broadcast team, Cynthia Conti, with her thoughts on how this first matchup unfolded. No, as we go ahead and you see the Dallas defenders, or the Dallas Enforcers, beg your pardon, victorious. They even got referee in charge, Arthur Mercanti, in the photo. They want the official ref's photo.
Dallas is acting like that's the victory lane that they want to be in. They're taking the picture that they want to take. That's part of the victory right there.
Okay, so now we'll send it to the third member of our broadcast team. Here's Cynthia Conti.
All right, Giovanni Scuderi, you had a beautiful knockout. A couple weeks ago, you suffered your first knockout in Team Combat League. What brought you to sit there and say, I can't get knocked out again in Team Combat League?
So first I want to address that because he wasn't knocked down. It was just an 8 count because I get up in the last 5 seconds after we fought the following week, and we didn't have no time to recovery, no time to rest, no time to training. and we coming back in Vegas on Sunday night and fly back on Monday. So now you can see when actually we're training and we do everything, you know, like we're supposed to, you know, that we do our job, you know, in the right way.
Were you surprised your opponent was not going down because you were landing some very, very heavy shots?
Oh, no, he was a tough dude, of course, and I see that he got MMA background, you know, so I know they can take a punch. But today, I don't even want to talk about my knockout. I want to talk about Deontay Brown. That was booping that guy, you know, and he gets qualified for, I don't know for what reason. He was winning clearly. He was thrown down, which is illegal and should be already, you know, disqualified his opponent. I don't know why he got disqualified too. That should be our win. And if we win the fight, we will win this match. Besides that, I think the last opponent against Mr. Michael Anderson should be stop it. The poor guy couldn't even walk out the ring. So we're winners. We're winners.
There's no complaining. Congratulations to the Dallas supporters. They won tonight. No excuses in this game. You either win, lose, or draw. Tonight we lost. Quit complaining, guys. Be real men. Take the loss like men. That's it. It's over. Congrats to Dallas.
Okay, well, you heard it from Dewey Cooper. And Scuderi was just saying, come on in, Deontay Brown. Come on in. So, Deontay Brown, you had, this was interesting, it's a disqualification on both ends. You and I just want to make sure, Daniel Bailey. An inverted headbutt. You guys were not following the rules of the ref and the instructions. So can you kind of tell me real fast what was going on in the ring?
No, I mean, it's clearly, if you watched it, you seen what was going on. He was holding, he slammed me. Y'all seen it was self-explanatory. I was against the ropes. All I knew was to defend myself. He was swinging. I'm like, okay. All I knew was to come back with something. So that's all I was, I was just defending myself like I'm supposed to do. But if he ain't stop punching, I ain't going to stop punching either. So, I mean, I didn't even hit a ref. The ref could have got more aggressive to broke us up. But, it is what it is. I don't know. It's self-explanatory. If you watch it, you know what was going on. So.
At least you guys had great sportsmanship when you guys sat together for the interview. You guys shook it out. And even when it was announced that Dallas won. So it's sportsmanship.
Yeah.
All right, well, best of luck to you guys next week, and hopefully you guys can get in the win column. I'm going to interview your opponent if he's around. Oh, there he is. Come on in. Okay, Daniel Bailey. Here. Daniel Bailey, I just spoke with your opponent, and you both had a 10-10 not 10-10. You both had a no contest because you both were not listening to the ref, the instructions, and you guys had disregard for the rules.
Yeah, so me and my opponent, we're just two heated competitors. So at the end of the day, we both wanted to win very, very badly, and that behavior won't happen again. Okay, so you do admit that both of you guys were a little rough in the... Yeah, the aggression was there, definitely. We hungry. We want it badly. So, like I said before, we have to just use controlled aggression this time. And it was nice. I did comment that when you guys sat down for the interview, you both shook hands, and then when Dallas won, Dallas won, you guys shook hands. So he didn't seem too happy right now, but you seem calm and collective. But maybe you guys will face each other in the ring. Collected. Was it? What did you just say? I'm not collected. Controlled aggression. So congratulations to Dallas, and you guys got that winning, that one against the Vegas Hustle. So we're gonna find out. I want to see you back in the ring. Follow the rules, guys. Follow the rules. Absolutely. We got that winning glow though. Dallas. Oh, thank you. All right. Oh. Okay. So. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to thank Team Combat League, all my assistant coaches, Coach Honey, Coach Eddie, my wife, Yuka, my children, AC, 4, 5, and 6, my daughter, Vivian, my daughter, Hannah, and all my family. Thank you very much, Team Combat League, for this opportunity. It was a great opportunity to face the living legend, Dewey Cooper, in Las Vegas. It was a blessing. This was a very, very tough matchup, but congratulations there. Tell me, Rabba, congrats.
Welcome back to the second of our triple header. Coming up, we have LA Tengus led by head coach Ricky Funes. They picked up their first W of the season last week, matching up against the DC Destroyers led by head coach Barry Hunter. And Bubba, when you look at LA, we talk about free agent signings. Well, Ricky Funes of LA Tengus went out and signed highly prized super middleweight Ronald Ellis to join his ranks. you are quite familiar with Ronald Ellis.
Absolutely. I'm excited what he's going to do this time. Ronald Ellis was one of the first guys to let me know that there were actually posters and flags on the top of Wild Card. I remember boxing with him, and he hit me with an uppercut, and I was like, man, I didn't know that there were posters up here. So I'm excited to see what Ronald Ellis is going to do this week and see what LA's got.
Now, for DC, they have come up short in every one of their outings. But you know, when a fighter and a team isn't doing well, that is when they are at their most dangerous.
Absolutely. And me being a guy from Virginia, DMV area, I feel like that kind of spirit of people will see what we got this weekend and see how DC comes out.
DC looking for their first win of the season. LA looking to get to 500. Standing by with the fighter to watch, here is Cynthia Conti.
Thanks, Ray. I'm here with Depestry Akenola. I just want to make sure I got the name right. Beautiful name from Nigeria. How has this experience from Team Combat League been for you so far?
Yeah, this is a privilege for me to just say thank God to the Almighty God who have given us this opportunity to be here, because many has been a long way to get to this point, but they couldn't. They give up along the way. But I thank God for bringing you guys together to, organize and bring back the stars. I'm so excited for be a part and part of those that represented the DC, which I know there's a lot of potential outside there that want to be here, but there's no way to find themselves in this same level. But I really appreciate you guys for bringing this show and encourage the upcoming stars to be looking forward to buckle up their shoes and put up because this is going to open a big door and opportunity for people that have been longing for this opportunity.
You are one to watch. Your style is a very fan-friendly style. You go all out. You throw punches and bunches. You like to smother. You like to hit. You do not let your opponent get in to hit you. Last week, you guys lost very, very close. I'm not, a couple of us thought you guys won. But, hey, to each their own. What are you guys going to do tonight to make sure you instill the victory?
Well, when we get back to DC last time, we have to bring ourselves, talk to each other, and make sure we train harder and go back to the draw table and make sure everything is proper, taken care of. And really believe my coach, Coach B, is an intelligent coach who have taken DIFA to the top, and he has a lot of people that he brought to the top, their world champion. And I'm very sure that the DC Destroyer teams, they're going to give you guys a best show ever, because God is with us.
You got Barry Hunter, world-renowned trainer. Best of luck to you guys.
Big look down! Goes King! Big right hand! Oh my goodness, Nathan's hurt!
Fight through the guy on the rope, he's throwing relentlessly.
My goodness! There's a knockdown!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second of our triple header, week 5 of Team Combat League. Up next, we have the 1-2 LA Tengus matching up against the 0-2 DC Destroyers. First, let's meet LA Tengus, led by their head coach, Ricky Funes. In the women's featherweight division, we have Iana Verdusco. At lightweight, Sean Bates. Welterweight, Ellen Garcia. Middleweight, Alejandro Silva. Light heavyweight, Angel Lozano. At heavyweight, Cassius Cheney. In the women's featherweight division, Lisette Lopez. At middleweight, Pannin.
and light heavyweight, Ronald Ellis. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your starting lineup. And the fighters for LA Tengus, led by their head coach, Ricky Funes. Now, here is the 0-2 DC Destroyers. Their head coach is Barry Hunter. At women's featherweight for DC, Dupe Akenola. At bantamweight lightweight, Kobia Breedy. At welterweight, David Greatton. At middleweight, Quincy Williams. At light heavyweight, Casey Dixon. At heavyweight, Norman Neely. At women's featherweight, Tyrecia Douglas. At middleweight, Keithlyn King. At light heavyweight for DC, Damon Nicholson. And at heavyweight for DC, Hasima Rahman. Also for DC, at 175, Patrick Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your starting lineup for the DC Destroyers. Now it's time to begin week number 5 between DC and LA.
All right. I have DCLA. All right. Oh, they come out mean. Right hook started off getting this party started. No filling out process.
That's not what is involved in the DNA with Team Combat League, Bubba, as we have Iana Verdusco for LA matching up against Dupe Akenola. To me, this is one of the matchups of the night because Akenola has been fantastic and Iana Verdusco is the goods for LA Tengus.
Man, I am impressed with this first minute and a half of Combat League. These girls are going after it, no fill out like you said, and it's just all war. Power punches.
That's pretty much what's embedded in the minds of these teams. There's a right hook for Iana Verdusco of LA Tengus.
It seems like the hooks are the most popular punches tonight, and I can understand that with trying to get people out of there with it being a short clock. You don't have a lot of time to do a lot of setups, so the hooks are the quickest thing to get your partner out.
So you might be thinking, why is it only 2 minutes for the women? It's because in professional prize fighting, there's only 2-minute rounds professionally for the women.
That's right. I understand that. Ooh, big knockdown.
And there's a knockdown for Iana Verdusco over Dupe Akenola.
Yeah, she was throwing with a lot of heat. I felt like she was throwing more of the power punches, so I could see how that could happen to Dupe.
Iana Verdusco, so already LA starting off with the lead here. That knockdown is significant.
Mean hook back. Mean hook back. They're just going to trade
comes
hooks.
Akenola. You mentioned on how the mindset was to try to get your opponent out of there. Verdusco putting Akenola on the deck.
Absolutely. Southpaw versus orthodox. You're going to see a lot of trades from the same position. And it's who can get there quicker. Who's got that footing? Good left hand by Iana.
Akenola coming forward, but Verdusco with the knockdown. That is a significant start for LA Tengus and Ricky Funes.
Beautiful catch and counter by LA. It was wonderfully done right there. Good left hand. More of a balanced thing, but it was still right on the money.
There's a beautiful left, and you know what? It hit her in the right spot, and down she went to the canvas. Sometimes it's a delayed reaction, and at the point of the chin in which she landed upon, obviously that was a bad spot for Dupe Akenola.
Absolutely.
So now round 2, Sean Bates for LA and Kobia Breedy for DC. Kobia Breedy is one of those guys who's such a tough competitor, but Sean Bates very aggressive as well.
Yeah. And it seems like this fight competition has been warmed up by the Vegas-Dallas match. Seems like they already are in the swing of things.
So coming up, we got New York and Atlanta, the final of our triple header. Next week we are off. We have a bye week next week. Then we return 2 weeks from tonight. Look at though, Breedy coming forward. Oh my goodness.
Coming forward, throwing lots of power, hitting them right behind the ear, hitting them over those guards.
So Team Combat League returns 2 weeks from tonight, May 18th. Right here on the Team Combat League YouTube page. Subscribe, hit the like button, tell your family and friends, let them know what's going on here with Team Combat League, this team sport.
And get there early because there is no fill-out process. These guys go after it, and they go after it the entire time.
Breedy was ripping the body of Sean Bates.
Breedy's doing a good job of going under and over. Just mixing it up. But Bates isn't boxing that bad himself. He had a nice, good combination earlier. He's still in this fight, and, you know, it's lively.
Big left hook by Breedy. And Bates ate it like how I do a piece of pizza.
Man, that wasn't in my diet.
Oh, well, obviously not, you being the specimen that you are. Left hook again by Breedy. You mentioned, Bubba, that the hooks have been the primary weapon of Utes tonight, and that's so indicative.
Breedy's got some heavy hands, man. You can tell that they're just thuds, you know. There are some guys that have that unconscious type of power, and then there's some guys that just have clubs. Breedy's got that clubbing power that you can just tell is just not healthy for the brain.
Yeah, he literally goes and he's a bone rattler. He's a brain rattler is what he is.
Absolutely.
Breedy continues to throw with bad intentions.
Yeah, I think Breedy is jumping on Bates in the right place, but Bates is trying to do the swag thing, keeping his hands down. You've got to be careful with the Breedy guy in front of him.
Yeah, you don't want to leave your chin exposed up in the air because you'll get clipped.
Especially the way Breedy's punching.
So an early lead for LA with the knockdown of Verdusco against Akenola. Breedy coming forward, throwing with some serious intensity and ferocity.
A little sluggish look from Breedy right here, but you only got 15 seconds left. I guess you only need the 3 minutes that you got to have.
And if you're Barry Hunter, you want to go to a guy like Breedy to try to get things back on track because you don't want to be down too early or by a big margin.
Absolutely, and Breedy's a heavy puncher. He's always got an opportunity to knock somebody out.
Breedy knows he won that round. He put his hands on his head as to say, yep, that's exactly what I get paid to do what I do.
Big 35-pounder.
Oh, he's massive. I don't know how he makes the weight. I don't know how you make the weight when you fight. You guys being specimen. Look at this work by Breedy.
Good job by both fighters there. We got Garcia and Greatton. Greatton comes out from the southpaw stance, looking to establish that jab and the distance. Love to see a patient fighter, and the outside of that foot is everything.
So now we have David Greatton and Alan Garcia. Greatton wearing the white, wearing the black is none other than Alan Garcia. They are going at it.
They
Look
are
at
just
this.
swinging, non-stop trading hooks and power shots.
Toe-to-toe Thursday here with Team Combat League.
That was amazing. All 1,200 punches that both of those fighters threw.
Literally. I saw more action in those 40 seconds than what I see in some world title fights.
Absolutely. Absolutely amazing to watch the way that Team Combat League sets up the atmosphere for you to get knockouts or exciting fights.
And you're representing your team, and bottom line is that of the 6 teams we're seeing tonight, 2 of them will not be in the playoffs. It is of the most importance to qualify for the playoffs, and then you want to advance to the Mega Brawl in July to fight for the championship, the Team Combat League championship.
So you're not only fighting for yourself, you're fighting for your team, and you're fighting for your city. So you got to put on. You're fighting for a couple different people. You got to put on.
Arthur Mercanti did not like the hitting on the break by David Greatton. So far, though, I think this round, and Greatton has gone to southpaw.
If we had that other ref, he probably got thrown out of this fight.
Johnny Callis is who you were alluding to.
Ooh, good left hook there.
A right hand by Alan Garcia. You know they're fighting in a phone booth, and anyone that's 30 and under saying, what's a phone booth? Well, you actually had to go to a phone booth and to put in a quarter to make a phone call because cell phones were not in existence, meaning tight quarters.
Those little red things that are in London.
Exactly.
But something happened. I don't know, what is he called? What's the call?
I think there was a delay, yeah, but I think it was an accidental headbutt.
Well, you got to call that
Arthur
as a ref,
Mercanti,
right? You just can't just turn around.
Well, he kind of gave them some space to clear the cobwebs, but he should have stepped in, as you said. Under a minute left here in the third.
Are we sure that was a left hook? Are we sure there was a headbutt? We got to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It just seems like the power punching. Oh, good right hook.
Garcia fighting with his back off the ropes.
Fighting well with his back on the ropes. Very well with his back on the ropes.
Coming up on the final 30 seconds, but I still think this round hangs in the balance between Alan Garcia and David Greatton.
Sure, you're right. I really couldn't tell you who was winning. I guess the last 20 seconds will tell us. Because they both have been swinging for the fences.
Well, they both have had their moments.
I would see Garcia is a little bit more cleaner.
Nice right hand by Garcia. Great going forward.
Beautiful body shot. That's 2 now, said the referee. Like I said, we're glad there are different refs.
We'll take a look back at some of the action here.
Something happened where they just kind of stopped. What that was.
Now we get ready for round number 4. This one is scheduled for 18. Alejandro Silva and Quincy Williams. Alejandro Silva for LA. Quincy Williams for DC. Alejandro Silva, to me, when I look at the LA team, I told Ricky Funes this, but their strength is middleweight when you have Vlad Pannin and Alejandro Silva.
Absolutely, and they come out fast. They come out like the sharks that they are, and looking to put on for their team, represent, and be the leaders.
There's certain weight classes when you know you're good as a team, and I have to equate it to wrestling because this is the only team sport, but when you have like a bookend, like you start off at 125 and you have a strong heavyweight, that's quality stuff right there.
Absolutely, and you love to be that team that has every weight class, and you look at everybody down the lineup and you say, man, that's a hammer, that's a hammer, that's a hammer, I'm a hammer, he's a hammer. You love to see good matchups, but you love to see a nice, strong team.
Well, Alejandro Silva and Vlad Pannin certainly hammers, but Quincy Williams is no slouch either for DC.
Yeah, it looks good right now. He's moving well, fighting well, and just trying to stick and move. It's the sweet science. Makes a lot of noises, but he's moving effectively nonetheless.
Coming up on the midway point of the 4th round, Alejandro Silva, Quincy Williams. Silva's backing up Williams, and he's looking to set up that left hook. You could tell, Bubba.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm seeing a lot more motion from Silva that isn't effective, and a lot more noises from Williams that isn't effective. Not much fighting going on from these bigger guys. I need to see a little bit more connection is what I'd like to see.
Chopping right hand by Alejandro Silva.
They're like kind of hitting each other, but you're not seeing anything be too accurate.
Well, Silva has been missing Williams by a hair, and Williams has been a bit hesitant to fully extend on his punches.
Exactly.
Probably because of what's coming back for Adam.
So it's kind of hard to know who's winning with 40 seconds left.
Overhand right. Now Silva has been landing bigger shots here.
Sounded like something, right?
He did. He hit something. What that was, whether it's a shoulder or the face, I don't know.
A lot of noises, a lot of motion. Okay, there's some more substance behind those punches there for sure.
Alejandro Silva sticking the jab in the face of none other than Quincy Williams.
Quincy's doing a good job answering and being aggressive as well.
Williams has come on late, but I don't think it is enough because Alejandro Silva landed those right hands, but now they're both just slugging it out here.
Man, I'd like to see the scorecards after that one.
Oh my, what a riveting end
absolutely.
to that, our 4th round. So entering the 4th, we're deadlocked at 28 apiece. And the action is picking up here. We'll take a look at what we have seen so far, Bubba.
Man, it's looking really good for Team LA, and I think they've started out really well, and we got ourselves some barn burner here with DC and LA.
So right now we have Angel Lozano and Casey Dixon, and here's what I love about Team Combat League and what Odd Mac Sheik and his entire team is doing. they're giving an opportunity to guys like Angel Lozano to perform at this high level. Angel Lozano, to me, has been one of those dark horses that has really come on for LA Tengus and has been a bit of a significant contributor for Ricky Funes and company.
Yeah, and it's been awesome to see all the opportunities that everybody's getting with Team Combat League. From the camera guy to the commentator to the boxers that are in the cage. I mean, this league is new and it's exciting to watch, be a part of it. I'm excited to see what it's going to be in the next couple of years.
What's crazy is Angel Lozano of LA Tengus, as he matches up against none other than Casey Dixon. Angel Lozano told me he had about 5 or 6 amateur fights, and he was sparring with the likes of David Benavidez, super middleweight champion of the world, light heavyweight champion of the world, Dimitri Bivol, and now he has this opportunity to display his talent for the world, being a part of LA Tengus as they match up against the DC Destroyers.
And that's good for a lot of the LA guys, having so many different boxing gyms that are close, and you get all that action, even being an amateur. It's good to see what he can do against, a guy from DC, a different world, different culture, different side of the planet.
Well, right now, Casey Dixon has been landing that right hand with a greater deal of frequency that Angel Lozano would obviously try to shy away from, but it is that right hand that's landing for for Casey Dixon.
Good double jab by Lozano. His coach is yelling for the double jab, and if he gets that 1-1-2 is what we would call it, it's going to be a good asking for his coach.
But for Casey Dixon, he was not deterred by the reach and the height of Lozano. He has settled in, and he's planted his feet, and he's landed that right hand.
Settled in very nicely. I think Lozano was getting the better of him earlier, but now Casey has definitely settled in, and it's going his way a little bit.
Under a minute to
nice
go
jab
here in this 5th round. I think for Lozano, the key for him is to get his jab going. He's got to get that double jab, and that'll set up the left hook. For Casey Dixon, he's staying in the pocket and landing that right hand.
It's good to see the range, and it's good to see the guy fighting in the pocket. You're seeing two styles try to clash and made a better man win.
So DC leading 38-37 as we are in this 5th round. So it is a close matchup here in the 2nd of our triple header.
Well, I'm kind of split being a DMV guy, but live so much in LA. I'm just going to see the best fighters win tonight.
Yeah, you're going to enjoy the action. There's a right hand. I think Casey Dixon has looked exemplary here this evening in this 5th round.
You got him winning this round?
I would say that Dixon, because of the right hand. Another right hand over the top.
That same right hand, right on cue, right on.
Yeah.
Oh, good right hand right there.
All right, so after 5, Casey Dixon and Angel Lozano, as we enter round 6, Cassius Cheney and Norman Neely. Right now, we will turn it over to Cynthia Conti, who's been everywhere in the building here at Mohegan Sun. Cynthia, what have you seen so far?
Well, this fight, or this week, the fights have gotten harder, a lot more knockouts. I've never seen 2 DQs in one, but these guys they know that they have to start knocking them out in the 1st round. There's a lot more aggression. Can't really say it's controlled aggression, but
very much so.
Very hunter sorts. But these guys and ladies are here to win. We saw her. What's her name? Miranda with the 5-second knockout at the very
absolutely.
beginning. We missed it because we were busy trying to get ready. So, but it was, I mean, even just right now when we just saw Angel Lozano, I think Casey Dixon, that was his toughest challenge so far.
I think Dixon looked very good as we now have Cassius Cheney at heavyweight taking on Norman Neely. Neely has been a guy who has been a constant performer, Cynthia, for DC.
Yeah. No, I get it. I mean, DC right now, they're such a strong team, but they just lose by so close. And you can see just right now the performance of the past fighters earlier in the rounds. They're here to win, and they're not doing too bad.
No, they are not. And Bubba, from your standpoint, you're seeing that unorthodox approach for Cassius Cheney, almost like some kung fu motion that we almost saw.
Yeah, any motion is good motion when you're in that cage. What you don't want to do is get caught standing still and looking at the punch come at you. So, you want to get some motion going, however unorthodox it is.
Well, right now we are tied at 47, so Lozano won that round 10-9. And I thought Casey Dixon won it. again, I'm wrong.
The only reason why I asked you is because I thought I had it the other way a little bit.
Look, I am not a judge. I don't pretend to be. I can merely be a prognosticator.
Yes, sir.
But we are deadlocked at 47 as we're in this 6th round, and I think this is a close round as well.
Any way you have it, it's East Coast versus West Coast, and we're deadlocked in the middle.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, and we're not talking about Biggie and Tupac. We're talking about DC and LA colliding.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things about Team Combat League that you don't really get to understand on the grand scheme. You see the mixed martial arts world having different fighters from different backgrounds, Russians and Africans and Chinese. There's different cultures, but on the smaller scale with Team Combat League, you get to see people represent their city, and Philly doesn't fight like Los Angeles. Los Angeles doesn't fight like DC, so you get to see some of the personalities and the states that they've been brought up in come out in their little boxing styles and attitudes.
No doubt about it.
Oh, big hit there.
Cheney.
My goodness.
Big hit there.
That is ruled a slip per Arthur McCanty. And the DC and company, they were saying, come on, give us the knockdown.
DC is actually counting, wanting that to be a knockdown. I got to look at the tape again on that one.
Cynthia, you're watching it intently here from ringside. What did you see?
I just saw the backside. I was a little afraid that the judge was going to get smashed by the big heavyweight and fall through the ropes.
Yeah, we have to keep our judges healthy. How about that?
He was like bracing for it.
Yeah, literally 500 pounds in your lap.
Yeah, well, we're going to get to see the tape. Was that a slip or a knockdown?
Let's take a look at it.
I'm seeing a left hook before I saw his butt hit.
Oh, boy.
Let's see.
Let's take a look at it. Here is...
Yeah, he fell down. Yeah.
So the left hook came after, and it didn't even land. So
no, it didn't. It was thrown, but had no effect. You know what I like also too? We get to look at the replay of the last fight. We look down and talk to each other. We look back up into the cage or to the ring, and it's completely different fighters, completely different atmosphere. It's it's a new refreshed look that you normally don't get.
We got to thank our great team, Brian Sahi, also Gabriel, Amy, and company. The entire behind-the-scenes crew working very hard for all of you, giving you. As we are on to round 7, the women's featherweight, Lizette Lopez and Tyrecia Douglas. Lopez representing LA 10 Goose for DC, Tyrecia Douglas.
Yeah, very scrappy fighters here.
You see that? The women just, they go for it.
Absolutely, every time.
Cynthia, you are very well known around the world, but especially you have your finger on the pulse of women's boxing. I think we should have 3-minute rounds of women's boxing instead of 2 minutes.
Yeah, you know what? It's one of those things, yes and no. I get the whole concussion, the brain, blah, blah, blah. But, if there's more information that's out there, then yes. But as of right now, no one else is doing a 3-minute round. I would love to see 3 minutes because
I think it needs to be across the board.
It does. Oh, that was a knockdown?
I believe that was a knockdown.
No, he didn't rule it.
Was it a slip?
He didn't rule it a knockdown. So Neely won that round 10-9. DC on top 57-56.
And I think DC's winning this one as well.
Yeah, so you're saying that Tyrecia Douglas you think is on top of Lizette Lopez of LA.
Yes, absolutely. She's gotten her with a hook earlier, and they call it a knockdown, but I still think she's controlling that. She just got punched right there with a heavy overhand left, but they're in this fight.
It's turning up the heat. And Cynthia, you know this. Tyrecia Douglas, she starts strong, but she fades late.
She fades. I mean, maybe I'm not sure if it's her cardio or she's just overthrowing, but her punches are effective at the beginning, but this girl, Lizette, is coming. She's smelling blood. She probably sees that she is getting exhausted.
Lopez looks really good right now. She is landing that left and also attacking the body of Douglas. We near the end of our 7th round.
And I think that's why Tyrecia's hurt, because of the body shots that Lopez is throwing right now. It's winding her.
Yeah, you can see that some of those body shots affected her by the way she was looking on her face. But it definitely could be a mental thing. If she fades late and you guys can pick up on that, then some of her opponents can pick up on that as well and try to just, weather the storm and come on late, knowing that that's how she normally fades.
It's also depending on what the judges see, because if you start strong, but it's usually who finishes stronger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Completely agree with you. And now we are on to round 8. Vlad Pannin and Keithlin King. And Bubba, we talked about the middleweight with LA and none other than Alejandro Silva. Well, here is Another top middleweight for LA, Vlad Pannin.
Vlad Pannin looks like he's very fast, put together, and you know, he's got a little bit of a gamey fighter in front of him from the Destroyers, but he looks to be calm and collected.
Yeah, that terrific fighter is Keithlin King of DC. Two quality coaches as well, applying their wits against one another. Ricky Funes for LA, Barry Hunter with DC.
I think I'm just looking at Keithlin King's legs. They look not stable. They're not, I don't know, he's not planting his feet hard enough. Like Pannin, you're looking at his legs, they're solid. But the way that King is like bending inwards, they're kind of like
Bambi leg is what we call it.
Yes, there you go, Bambi leg.
We call it Bambi leg, and it's just sometimes you get away with being just a good athlete. You don't plant your feet all the time. Your coaches never correct you. They just see the outcome of your punches, and they don't really care about how solid you are on your feet. So I think that's a little product of that environment here.
Astute analysis from Cynthia Conti, who is doing 3 jobs tonight. Our ringside reporter, social media ambassador, and also helping us out on commentary. Douglas won that 10-9 in the previous round, so she did enough. So DC has increased their lead to 67-65.
Yeah, I think LA gets it back here, though, with Pannin, and he's looking really good, and King's coming on strong, but I just think it's a little bit of a skill change here, skill difference.
When it comes to Team Combat League, you look at guys who could be breakout fighters. Vlad Pannin is one of those fighters.
I agree with you on that right now. Yeah. I mean, every week he progressively gets better.
And he just looks different. When you see some of these guys that step out, they look different.
But
and
back
King
comes
just
King. Pannin dug to the body, had King hurt, but he let him off the hook enough, and King answered back with an echoing right hand.
Absolutely. If Vlad needs to get on the gas again, because they're losing right now, so if he's doing anything for his team and for his city, he wants to pick up this win in a big fashion.
He needs to just go for broke. You don't have time to sit and wait.
Pannin, I thought, was probably 3 seconds away from putting down Keithlin King, and he backed up a little bit.
Well, he got backed up.
He did. Well, he backed up, and then he ate a right hand.
Yes, indeed. Oh, that right hand hurt.
Oh,
that right hand hurt.
Another right hand smashed into the face of Keithlin King. This is a big round for Ricky Funes and LA Tengus.
Left hook. He just seems so much more skilled than King.
That'll end round 8.
Yeah, Vlad looked very clean.
King was just wailing.
Other than that one left hook he gave up, he looked clean.
As we'll take a look back at some of the action from Vlad Pannin and Keithlin King.
Beautiful body, beautiful up, high low. Gave up that left hook right there, having his guard down a little bit.
Now we get ready for, in my opinion, probably one of the most marquee matchups that we have ever had here at Team Combat League. Ronald Ellis and Damon Nicholson. Both guys have fought elite competition. Ronald Ellis having fought David Benavidez. Damon Nicholson having been in the ring with the likes of Jesse Hart, along with Demetrius Andrade, most recently in January. These are 2 top quality guys that are competing.
Absolutely. And I've seen Ronald Ellis fight on TV and seen him in many different organizations and fights, and he's definitely a fighter for the big lights.
Yeah, Ronald Ellis last week had a great knockdown, and he celebrated with a little salsa dance in the corner, and he's looking for that knockout tonight. I mean, he's just getting better and better, but he's showing his skills, why he's been in the ring with some big names before, and he wants to show that he still belongs in the ring.
Good left hook by Damon Nicholson.
Yes, Nicholson is all over
Ellis looks hurt.
Look at this. And let's be honest, Cynthia, this could be a main event in many parts of the world.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So very intrigued by the next couple of minutes here.
DC lost that round. Vlad Pannin claimed it, so 76-75, DC on top of LA. But Ronald Ellis and Damon Nicholson, I think this is a very even round. Maybe give a slight edge to Damon Nicholson.
That's a nice left hook. Oh, Nicholson is throwing some left hooks. And Ronald Ellis is just eating those.
Beautiful
this
trading.
Is a fantastic matchup. If you're a hardcore fight fan or you just love the sport, well, look at these 2 athletes go.
Look at all night, man. I mean, everyone's putting it on the line and immediately coming out willing to put it down.
Look at Nicholson. He wants right after Ronald Ellis.
Yeah, he seems to be a little bit more of the aggressor in this fight.
Give me more of this. Inject this into my veins.
Absolutely.
I love this matchup, Demond Nicholson, Ronald Ellis.
Absolutely.
Ronald Ellis is not giving up, though, but Nicholson is digging to the body.
I think the body work of Nicholson has made an impact upon Ronald Ellis.
Absolutely. They're competing, talking a little trash in the middle of the center of the cage. I mean, they're both just trying to say who cannot back up the most.
Big right hand by Nicholson, but back comes Ellis with the left hook of his own.
Ellis very game, talking to him a little bit, trying to get under his skin.
What a wicked round between these two. It's almost criminal that we're only getting 3 minutes of it.
Absolutely.
I know, we want more. But it's all right. I mean, you hear both teams cheering them on. This is the only thing that's going to get them through the next, how many minutes do we have left?
Yeah, the next 20 seconds.
So they
it went by that fast.
Yeah. Nicholson is going to probably clean out this round, right?
Yeah, I think Nicholson won. I think Ellis should be a little bit more on the gas to try to squeeze it away.
Yeah.
Well, he got hammered to the body in the early going.
It changed things.
And that'll end what was a terrific 9th round.
That was close. I want to see the cards on that one. That was a very close fight.
We got now round number 10 coming
Mean
our
rip
way.
to the body, nice trade back, and that was the body shot that we believe changed the fight a little bit. Good trade with the hands right there. Ronald Ellis being a little bit more aggressive with the volume of punches.
It was the volume versus the aggression from Nicholson.
Yep.
That made the difference in this fight.
Now we are waiting round number 10. This one is scheduled for 18 as we have Iana Verdusco and Tyrecia Douglas getting set to match up. All right, so we are going to get ready for the money rounds, and we come your way in a few moments. Team Combat League rolls on. We got a barn burner between DC and LA.
Nothing more exciting than what the Team Combat League brings to the table.
One-round bouts, 8 teams across the U.S. The idea of this is so unique and so new. It forces the fighters to skip the feel-out process and get right to the action.
I feel like New York's got a real good shot here, especially if I'm on the team.
Nobody can beat my mind, so nobody can beat me.
With the modeling is the modeling. When it comes to boxing, I handle my business.
One round, and guys giving their all.
This is going to be the future of boxing.
I'm very excited to watch this format, this tournament, and this league.
One round, all what you got. Any minute, any second, anything can happen.
I got a 3-year-old kid. I'm just ready to change my family's life. What's up?
What's up?
Current super bantamweight ABF champion of the world.
I was born the champ in the crib. Let's go.
There's no way anybody can compete with us.
LA Terminators will come to whoop some ass.
Las Vegas hustle, let's go.
The opportunity that a lot of these fighters will be having is a 6-figure pay, health insurance. There's endless stuff to it.
I've been in and out of jail. I ain't gonna cap it to you. I've been shot 10 times.
Came down here with nothing. No car, no job. Hoping I make this Team Combat League to change my life.
If you're willing to sacrifice and if you got the talent, you're going to make this team. That's it.
To be able to see what city has the best fighters in the United States of America. With TCL, that's what you're gonna get.
All right, so we got 86-84 DC on top of LA, but earlier tonight, Cynthia Conti caught up with one of the assistant coaches of DC, Mark Too Sharp Johnson.
I got the champ in the house, Mr. Mark Too Sharp Johnson, 3-time world champion, youngest to ever be inducted in the International Boxing Hall of Fame, decorated amateur. The list kind of goes on. Welcome to Team Combat League.
Yes, I'm very happy to be here. I'm looking to see some great fights, some great action.
Okay, I ask a lot of the world champions that have come through here. This is a very different style. It's a fun concept. It's not 12 rounds. It's not 10 rounds. It's 1 round, all action-packed. They fight maybe 2 or 3 times. For you, battling it out like a traditional boxing match, what do you think of this concept?
I mean, this changes everything. I mean, you fighting 1 round, 3 minutes a round. You have to give it your all. There's no time on trying to sit back, box, and work on a game plan. This is a thing that's just pure action all the way around the board.
There are some people, obviously, people don't like it because it's not traditional boxing. But this is, like you just said, there's no time to sit around, to sit in the pocket, to feel them out. Can the fighters right now, do you think this will help them in a traditional fight?
I think it will help them in a traditional fight. However, right now what's going on is we getting these young kids up and moving, running, because a lot of them haven't been fighting. So you got a league like this, they're fighting. Promoters are looking at them, managers are looking at them. And I think this, eventually it'll catch on.
I know you've been watching this on the streams. You've been here. I know you have certain teams that you're favorited, okay? But we can't mention that. When you have been watching all these teams, who do you think is the team that has been very stand-out-ish?
Well, of course, I'm about to say my DC team, but we haven't got no victory yet. But the New York team is doing very beautiful. They seem to have the concept. They got the concept early on, and they running with it right now. The New York team is the team to beat right now.
And lastly, the females, they throw down in these rounds. What do you think of the girls' fights?
I mean, I love it. One thing about the young ladies is always never fill out round. It's always get straight at the point. So I love the ladies, what they doing here. And the biggest thing is that we're dealing with some of the smaller ladies at the lower weight classes. So you, like my size. So you're always going to get a lot of energy, a lot of action in them. And this is what it is. This is going to be something that's going to be take hold to the whole United States.
All right, Mark, I'm going to let you get back to the fights. This is going to be fun. I can't wait. Let's see how your DCs do. They didn't edge it out the last time. I know DC's coming to destroy.
That's right. The DC Destroyers be coming.
All right, thank you, Mark.
All right, Cynthia Conti. Now we have the women's featherweight, Iana Verdusco, Tyrecia Douglas. Cynthia, compelling interview with you and Mark Too Sharp Johnson, the Hall of Famer himself, the assistant coach with the DC Destroyers.
He loves this concept right now. He's a 3-time world champion, and to see something very different, he knows that these people these fighters have got to give it their all, and they love it. He goes, for fighters that may never get signed, this is a great concept, and this is a great way for fighters and promoters or anyone to see. It's a great platform to be seen on.
And not putting any words into the mouth of Ahmed Sheikh, who is the president and CEO, but I believe that Team Combat League is a destination. It could be a destination for fighters to be able to compete season in, season out, to compete for your city and help your individual performance to the team concept. I think it's a winning formula.
Absolutely. I think it's another one of those things that are very similar to the Olympics for your country. If you're playing the NBA, you're usually with the NBA team, but, just to represent your city or your country is another thing that, they can have a sense of pride to. So I think TCL has something that a lot of other boxers aren't really attaching themselves to.
Oh, look at Iana. She's really digging into the body.
Well, she's attaching those right hooks to the side of the head of Tyrecia Douglas is what she's doing.
And we know Douglas to have already been tired very recently in her last fight. So, if I was Iana, I would be putting that pressure on her the same way.
Verdusco is picking up the pace, and that's significant for LA.
It really is. I just interviewed her, and she just said for her next matchup, she just really wants to try to go for the knockout. But she knows the opponent gets tired. She did tell me that. So she is watching. She is watching who she has to fight and what she needs to do.
Well, we talked about, Bubba, the weight classes that are big for LA. Middleweight, but also look at Iana Verdusco for featherweight.
Yeah, she's a guaranteed plus on their side. So that's good to have in your back pocket. And anytime you see her out there, you're confident in what LA's can bring.
Here's some of the action from Iana Verdusco.
Picked her up with that right hook, and she's just on the pedal. Moving forward, moving forward, moving forward. Good right hook to the body, right hook upstairs.
All right, so Sean Bates now and Derek Davis. Sean Bates had a tough run against Kobia Breedy, but now he's taking on someone with a totally different style and physical attribute in Derek Davis.
Fast hands by Bates, but Derek Davis looks very sharp. Very fast jab by Derek Davis.
Davis starting off well. Sean Bates, you know he's very talented, but so far, DC, both Kobia Breedy and Derek Davis have had his number. Good stiff jab by Davis.
Beautiful stiff jab. Like I've been saying, Derek Davis has been really stabbing that jab and really winning and looking good with it.
Can you explain to us, Bubba, the different kinds of jabs that are implemented in prize fighting?
Absolutely. There's some up jabs. There's, straight off the hip. There's some nice, sharp, straight down the middle jabs. A couple just feint jabs just to get the guy's hands up or just to pull out of his offense. I mean, jab can be used in so many different lethal ways that it's definitely, and I'm not biased, definitely the most important punch in boxing.
So right now, DC's on top, 95-94. And LA just won that previous round with the Verdusco. This matchup is close.
Going back and forth, but I think Derek Davis is just too strong, too fast, and a little bit too skilled. And you're going to hear Team DC get behind him because he's starting to get into his zone.
I think Bates got hurt with that left hook to the body, and he hasn't been able to recover.
Absolutely. That's a cockroach button. He's worried about them ribs and those lungs, and he's digging to the ribs and lungs because that's where it hurts on him. So you can see the effect of someone landing a good shot.
You know what they say, attack the body, the head will fall, and Davis was able to land a little bit of a left uppercut that was opened up because of the fact that Bates is taking care of his body.
Absolutely. He's got those elbows tucked in tight, trying to make sure that he doesn't push that cockroach button again.
A left hook missing by Sean Bates, but another left hook to the body by Derek Davis.
And it had a good steam on it, but just no feints. He's not really faking as Sean Bates. It was a good left hook, but it didn't, it was telegraphed. And that's why Derek Davis came back with a nice slip and counter. And he's all over Bates right now. Been a minute and a half, 2 minutes of one-way traffic.
Well, Derek Davis will likely help to propel DC on top by likely a 2-point margin. There's a right hand by Derek Davis. Now some showmanship.
He's feeling himself. That's what you call being in the flow. You can do whatever you want. Your opponent can do whatever you want. There's nothing that can stop him, and there's nothing that can stop you.
Round 11 comes to a close, and Derek Davis feeling it for DC.
That was the best show we had all night as far as performance goes.
So individual performance, you would have to say Derek Davis has had the best individual performance.
He got the MVP for me on tonight. He looked clean, he looked sharp, he looked strong, he looked powerful, and he also looked mean. That's a part of it. You got to look a little bit menacing. He does.
Well, now we get ready for the 12th round. Vlad Pannin back in action, and he takes on Quincy Williams of DC. And Cynthia, when you're likely down by 2 points, if you're Ricky Funes, the guy you want to turn to, Vlad Pannin.
Vlad Pannin has got to show up. He knows that they have a deficit of 2 points, and DC is looking to get their first win in this whole combat league right now. So Vlad Pannin knows he's got to score some points. He's got to score a knockdown. He's got to score a knockout.
Well, and also, too, the standings are so close. LA is 1 and 2. If you're DC, if you beat LA, then you are now 1 and 2 if you're DC. And LA falls to 1 and 3 on the year. And the key is the top 4 teams, 2 teams that you see tonight, will not be partaking in the playoffs, meaning they don't get a playoff bonus. Wow. They don't get more money. So money is on the table along with the beneficiary of your team.
I know. And the sad thing is we won't get to see them perform again. We won't get to see them fight for what they want, for money, for their city, for their team.
It's win or go home time now. Much like the NBA, it's playoffs. You got to get it done or get out of here.
Yeah, much like football, I'm a diehard Chicago Bears fan, and we haven't made the playoffs in who knows forever. That'll change this year, but that's another topic for another day.
Right now, we're looking at this fight and who can stay in it the longest, because Vlad Pannin is trying to get something for his team, and Quincy Williams is trying to get something for himself.
I think that Vlad Pannin, he's walking down Quincy Williams, and Williams is having a bit of a tough time trying to figure out the aggression of Vlad Pannin.
Absolutely. Quincy's doing a good job of ripping to the body right there, getting him off him, but Vlad should be patient.
Quincy Williams.
Patience by Vlad will open this guy up, I believe. That was a good feint. Got out of position right there.
Don't forget, next week is a bye week for Team Combat League. We come back 2 weeks from tonight, May 18th, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time from right here, Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino on the Team Combat League YouTube page. Follow us on Instagram at Team Combat League. As we're under a minute to go with Vlad Pannin and Quincy Williams in this 12th round, come to our YouTube page, hit the subscribe button, keep up to date on everything going on with Team Combat League. We go through July, and we will crown a champion at the Mega Brawl in the second weekend of July. Final moments of this 12th round. Vlad Pannin looking terrific so far. Williams shakes his head, but I think it is Williams who is on the short end of the stick here.
Absolutely. He hasn't done much during this fight. And Vlad setting him up with a 1-2 or a jab cross that we've called earlier. He's looking to do the jab, 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 and then land a mean cross. I can see him setting him up.
Vlad Pannin is so relaxed. And if you're Ricky Funes, what a guy to turn to, knowing that you're down by 2 points and you need this round in a major way.
1-3-2. There it was.
And that'll end the 12th round. So get ready for round 13 with Lisette Lopez and Dupe Akenola. And oh man, this is going to be a riveting affair. You know what Akenola brings to the table, and Lisette Lopez extremely aggressive as well.
I love watching the fact that we got to see the two female fighters switch opponents and get to see how they kind of a little round robin compare against each other. It's awesome to see that.
So I'll tell you what, when it comes to women's boxing, I love women's professional boxing so much. To me, it's the fastest 2-minute in sports.
Absolutely.
Like, that's what you have to look at.
No timeouts, no 2-minute drive, no kneeling. It's all action.
It's the fastest 2 minutes. Buckle your seatbelts. 120 seconds. Here we go.
As you can see right here, Dupe coming out and Lopez coming to swing like they're riding a seatbelt. Oh, good left
right
hook.
hand by Akenola for DC.
Oh, good right
one.
hook.
Oh, that wobbled Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez was wobbled with
Lopez
that second
is
right
hurt.
hand.
Lopez is hurt.
Dupe Akenola hammering away upon Lisette Lopez.
Better matchup for these two girls.
I love it. I mean, literally. Cynthia, I said this now. I've come to the conclusion of how I look at women's professional prize fighting. It's the fastest 2 minutes in sports.
Yep. You just got to throw balls to the walls at this point, but women have more to prove. That's just what it is. That's all it is, and they know how to fight. So men take note.
I'll leave that alone.
Men take note.
I will leave that alone.
Throw your punches.
Well, you know what? They are both throwing an array and assortment of punches. I mean,
absolutely. And Dupe doesn't have really the technical skills setup that you would have for most women. Most women are very technically sound because they're not going to add a lot of the muscle to it. So there's a lot of technique involved. But Dupe is just throwing it all out the window as far as technique goes and just really adding that power to her style.
Well, and it's one of those things that I think that Vlad Pannin won that last round, so I see it a 1-point lead for DC. But back comes Dupe Akenola to say, nope, we're going to keep our lead and have a little bit of a cushion here.
Absolutely.
I just wish Akenola, when she throws her right hand, put her left hand up because she is susceptible to getting rocked by a big right hand.
The left hand stays in her pocket. It seems to be stuck to her hip because if I was a coach, I'd be telling all my guys, right hook, and anything she do, throw the right hook, and you're going to land well.
Yeah.
Dupe Akenola has a great right hand, and she landed it. DC did. My goodness, so we go back, and they gave DC that previous round. So they gave DC that previous round.
Against Vlad
Pannin, yeah. So DC on top 105-103.
Wow. Maybe that's the reason why he was dancing in there.
Maybe he was feeling himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that was.
Felt like he snuck away with one.
But sometimes we'll agree to disagree with the truth. But here's a matchup that is unique to Team Combat League. Angel Lozano and Damon Nicholson. We saw Nicholson involved in that matchup against none other than
Ronald Ellis.
That was terrific. And, you know, we have DC on top 115-112. So they have built up a sizable lead here as we're in the money rounds.
Indeed. LA is going to have to put the pedal to the metal here and get something going.
Well, Cynthia, look at this. Angel Lozano, who was coming into Team Combat League, was a bit of an unknown quantity. And now he gets this opportunity, and he's going right after Damon Nicholson.
You have to. You have to be a superstar. You want to be a standout, especially for your team, because you want to collect those points. You know, this is a team, it is a team sport. So when one doesn't do well, the next one is just going to have to pick up and where they left off and add more points.
And that's how it usually was when I was wrestling for Penn State. When you feel your guy didn't give the points that your team needed, you sometimes come out there to try to overcompromise for that, or fix the mistake that your teammate do it for yourself and for your coach. Like, hey, coach, I got this. Don't worry. I'll fix what whoever so-and-so didn't fix. So that's kind of how it is a little bit.
And you're not dismissing your teammate. You're just like, hey, you had a bad night. No worries. We all do. I got you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pick you up.
Styles makes fights, and that's just what it is. Every time you get in the ring, you're dealing with someone else. So depending if you're able to work with them and fight against them, if they're going to be a great tango partner for you, even better. But we shall see. These two I like so far.
So DC is on top by 4 points, 125-121, with Dupe winning that previous round. Greatly appreciate Josh doing a wonderful job as a part of the Team Combat League team.
Wonderful left hook Lozano there.
I think Lozano is winning this round, and to be able to win a round against Damon Nicholson, a guy who I think is a terrific super middleweight and also light heavyweight, doesn't shy away from challenges. I think this is big for Angel Lozano from a confidence standpoint.
Absolutely. He's doing well after the performance we just saw from Nicholson. I didn't think that Lozano would come out and have the great success that he's having.
I like that they're both using their jab, and they're working behind the jab and they're working at their range. Excuse me, I'm like trying to bungling my words.
Well, it's all right. When the action is so fast and furious the way it is, Cynthia, it happens.
Just watch them. They look so calculated right now. They're both kind of playing chess because they know that they can smother each other with body punches, just exactly what we're watching.
When we talk about high-level prize fights, the margin of error is so small and so slim.
Very small, and even the punches and slipping and countering, it's very small. You're missing slight punches just so you can get that range to get your punch off, and you're barely missing a big punch by, centimeters at times.
Final moments of this 14th round between Angel Lozano and Damon Nicholson. I'm going to borrow a term from Hall of Fame promoter Don King, where he says, the error is slim to none, and Slim just left the building. So meaning you really can make a mistake.
Not at all, especially at the bigger puncher levels, man. They'll get you out of there with one look the wrong direction.
And here's a look at some of the work from Angel Lozano and Damon Nicholson.
Good defense there, good composure.
Look at his footwork. Lozano knows when to step back and throw, so he gets the power from his legs.
I do like how fluid Angel Lozano is.
Yeah, that was good motion there on the ropes. Good rope-a-dope, good action. Bob and weave there. It's beautiful boxing going on tonight in Mohegan Sun.
So Alan Garcia, Patrick Harris going at it. This one at light heavyweight.
Who do we got here? Alan Garcia,
Harris. Patrick Harris.
They look small.
Say, wait a minute. I have to be real with you, the audience, because I'm like, wait a minute, light heavyweight?
I looked up and I had to check the scale.
I'm like looking, I'm like, wait a minute, do they have the muscle, the weight in their biceps? But no, this is lightweight.
Stuck in the beginning of their gloves or something.
Yeah, this is lightweight. It's not light heavyweight. But this is Alan Garcia and Patrick Harris that we are looking at.
Oh, okay, here we go. I was like,
So,
wow.
look, I'm going to be honest with you, the audience, and pull back as breaking down that fourth wall, as we say. Anyways.
Like Garcia doing his feints and moving like he's doing, he landed a good right hand right there. Those feints help you pull out the offense from your opponent, especially if they're fast or if they're defensive. So it's good that he's just, getting his motion going. Any motion is good motion, as we would say.
And a bit awkward because we do have two southpaws in there.
Yes, good to see. I love watching some southpaws. But he switches back and forth.
But back comes Garcia from a conventional standpoint.
I mean, if you're at southpaw and you're going to fight orthodox, you better know what you're doing, because usually that kind of throws you off. But if the southpaw is going to still overtake you and still land, then go back to being a southpaw.
Good right hand to the body by Alan Garcia.
Usually it's not the offense that is compromised when you switch back and forth. It's the defense, because the angles come from different areas. A lot of times when you're punching, you can punch from anywhere, but when you're defending, punches come from anywhere.
Right now, DC, Lozano won that round for LA, so DC on top, 134 to 131. These next few rounds are significant for both teams.
They are both trading right now.
Beautiful punching right here. Phone booth without even having to make them disconnect. I mean, it was a beautiful job. They both traded there. We like to call it a conversation. They had a good conversation with each other. One guy
they
said
certainly
something.
did. What action here. Earlier tonight, Dallas defeated Las Vegas 173-166. So Dallas improves to 2-2 on the season. Vegas 2-2 on the year as well.
I think Silva, Garcia just needs to stay southpaw because I don't think he's doing very well based on what I'm seeing.
He was doing and having considerable success when he was southpaw. When he went to conventional, well, there's an uppercut.
He actually, from the orthodox, he's getting more offense to the body off. I don't know if he's, maybe a right-handed fighter, and when he goes southpaw, he tries to, back off from ripping to the body. But when he's orthodox, he's letting those body punches go.
Well, there's
a little bit no volume
by Patrick Harris.
A lot of headshots here.
Oh, that was a good round.
Very good round. I want to see another round. It's like, all right, another round of these guys.
Look, that's what happens with Team Combat League, one round at a time.
Yeah, they only give you a little taste, and you're like, oh,
come on. And that'll be it. As we take a look back at some of this action, guys.
Team Combat League is like, you ever been to a wine tasting and you just get like a little smidge of the wine and you have to taste, you have to get it, you switch the wine, they keep switching, the next thing you know, you're drunk. I'm drunk off of the switching of the opponents of good boxing, I'm just a little taste here, a little taste there. By the end of the night, I got this good feel of great boxing all through my body.
Well, yeah, it was over the, and you enjoyed some good quality wine, which is what you're enjoying. You're enjoying some good quality prize fighting on a variety of different stages of these fighters' careers.
Absolutely. Some of them are aging well, and some of them are not.
Well, now we have Alejandro Silva taking on Keithlin King. Alejandro Silva, I believe he's from Argentina, if I'm correct, Cynthia.
I believe so. He's actually one of the standout fighters from 10 Goose. He's one to watch.
He's definitely one to watch, especially with the stance that Cynthia was talking about earlier of King. His feet aren't that balanced, and with a heavy puncher like Silva, that could be a problem with that balance.
So 3 more rounds to go. We're in the money rounds, the second of our triple header. We are off next week, a bye week. We return 2 weeks from tonight on May 18, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time. Big right hands by Alejandro Silva.
All 3 of those punches landed cleanly.
But back comes Keithlin King. Cynthia, we have said this all year long, and I will continue to pound the drum. But for LA 10 Goose, the middleweights have been a very big strain for Ricky Funes and LA 10 Goose.
It really has. They are really showing why they belong in the ring. I mean, Alejandro Silva is, like I said, a standout fighter. He is probably one of my top favorites because look at what he's doing right there. It just looks like it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I don't use the word superstar often, but to me, Alejandro Silva and Vlad Pannin have been 2 of the superstars of this league, and 2 guys that I'm like, man, they're going to be something.
Go ahead.
And if Derek Davis is not, I'm going to say he's definitely going to be a future product because he looked good tonight, and he's the only one that really stepped out and impressed me as far as all these fights have gone. As Vlad has done.
Oh, look at Silva working. Oh, he's landing some very hard shots, short left and right hooks.
So this is important because DC is on top, 143-141. Garcia won that last round. So if Silva holds on, then it'll make it a 1-point matchup as we head towards the final 2 rounds.
Absolutely, it's going down to the bar burner, just like we all would love to see. And the team knows it.
And everybody loves a close matchup. A close fight going to the 12th or the 5th round or the final period. Doesn't matter. Look at that left hook by Alejandro Silva.
These hookers are hooking right now. And I do love the uppercut is always an underused, people underuse that. And my God, they have landed so many.
It has been fun to watch. High volume, high contact. We head towards the 17th round.
Yes, indeed.
I think Silva won that. I'm sorry.
I would. You don't have to say sorry to me.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Agree. Which pushes the fight to be a closer one as DC's moving 1 step closer to LA.
So, if it is correct, then that means that LA's down by a point with 2 rounds to go. So the winner of these next 2 rounds, or here's this. we might have a draw.
We could have a draw.
Insane. We might have our first tie in this Team Combat League.
This is where I wonder if the coaches are talking to the last guys on the side saying, hey, you know, we need you to come out and perform. We're at the last point. Yeah, you're the last guy.
Cassius Cheney and Dante White matching up here. And if you are Cassius Cheney, you got to be thinking, if I win this round, I knot it up for my Team LA Tengus. Boy, these next 2 rounds, this is why they're the money rounds, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it when the heavyweights fight.
Who doesn't love a heavyweight fight?
It's like, is it either slow motion?
Or fast and abrupt? Just ask the opponents at Deontay Wilder.
Right?
Poetry in motion. You love to see such big motion moving.
Right now, Dante White, he is aggressive, but Cassius Cheney, both guys, they need this round. So it is a 1-point matchup. 152-151. Alejandro Silva winning that round. And these are big rounds as Cassius Cheney unloads a combination.
You know, I'm just watching part of the stream, and I just want to shout out to all the fans that are watching right now. We got people from Barbados, Russia, or somewhere in that part of
the Caribbean?
Yeah. Well,
we love the Caribbean.
We love the Caribbean, but they got fans. These fighters here in the country have fans all around the world, so thank you guys for tuning in. We appreciate you.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say that this is important, and hopefully our team in the back will hear. I want to be able to have a little bit more conversation with you on the live chat, so Cynthia, pay attention to the live chat. We'll go to them every often. If they have questions for us or comments, by all means. Right now, though, 17th round, Cassius Cheney for LA, Dante White wearing the white for DC.
And DC's crowd is getting into it. Their fighters are here trying to root on their big guy last minute of the fight, and they really need Dante White to try to pull this away.
Cynthia, Cassius Cheney to me is winning this round, meaning if that is the case, we will be tied going into the final round.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the body language of White and Cassius Cheney. Cassius Cheney wants it. Dante is just kind of slowly moving, doing his thing. Just, there's no, there's
sense of urgency?
Yeah, nothing. It's just like he's just there.
I got Dante being a little bit aggressive and the crowd wanting him to do a little bit more as you're requesting. But I got Dante trying to do a little bit more than Cheney.
You're hearing the chants at DC, but LA coming on the road here on the East Coast, and we might be deadlocked heading into the final matchup. And the final matchup is Ronald Ellis and Casey Dixon. Oh my goodness. Final moments of the 17th round.
It's good to have a vet like that, Ronald Ellis, come up and be the last guy on your anchor.
Well, yeah, that's like your closer.
But I think Cassius Cheney, like you guys were saying, pulled away with that in the end. I'm going to have to give it to you.
I think we are tied up.
More active.
We'll go back and look at some of the action.
What did you guys think on the live stream? Who won that one? Because that round could have been the deal breaker.
I completely agree with you. All right. Well, here is the final round. Ronald Ellis for LA, who was a free agent signing for Ricky Funes prior to last week. This is his second straight week. LA is 1-2 on the season. DC 0-2. DC looking for their first win of the season. LA looking for their second win of the season. If LA wins, they will join both Las Vegas and Dallas as having a three-way tie for second place or for third place for being 2-2. Atlanta is next with a 2-1 record, taking on the undefeated New York City Attitude.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Atlanta comes out after taking that loss last week.
Well, look at Casey Dixon going right after Ronald Ellis.
But it's all guard, but he's getting hit on the body. Ellis is getting hit.
I think Ronald Ellis, after the round that he had, I thought Damon Nicholson got the better of him in his previous round. Ellis has got to come on strong here with this one, I think, being tied up.
Yeah, I think Ellis just needs to jab.
He seems to be getting pushed around a little bit as if Casey Dixon is a little bit too strong for him or something.
I just wish Ellis they would jab. That's all it is. If Ellis can just kind of use his jab a little bit more to keep Dixon off of him, maybe he can get some shots in. and smother him and get some body shots that Ellis usually does.
All right, so we are tied up right now. Big shot there by Casey Dixon.
Big left hook by Dixon.
Dixon, that was beautiful.
So we are tied up. This round will determine the winner of DC and LA. And Casey Dixon has looked sensational.
That was a nice jab.
Yeah, looks like DC's going to get their first win tonight.
And they went at it. They were the underdog coming into this. If you would have told me Ronald Ellis, Casey Dixon, I would say Ellis is the favorite. But Dixon is out hustling him.
Good right hook.
Yeah, Ellis is coming back. He's countering with jabs, and he just countered him with the big, actually just a quick right hand.
Oh my goodness. Down the stretch we go.
Minute, ladies and gentlemen.
We're
Who wants
tied
it?
up. DC looking for their first win of the season. LA looking to get to 500.
This is how you close out a show right
Absolutely.
here.
This is how you start and finish. This is it.
Welcome.
You can feel it.
You can feel the energy.
Welcome to Team Combat League Week 5. LA and DC tied up. The final 33 seconds.
Wicked shots by Dixon to the body.
It's got to be Ellis's turn. It's got to be Ellis's turn.
Oh, nice uppercut.
Good trade by Ellis. You see how they're just going back and forth.
Well, these final 20 seconds, I think Dixon has done enough to pull it out. But here we go. DC looking for their first win of the season. LA looking to get to 500. What an exciting 18 rounds. And look at Dixon say, come on, let's go.
Yeah.
What a matchup.
That was awesome to watch. That was awesome.
So people wonder, Team Combat League, team concept, how does it work? Well, how about this? Two teams going head-to-head, going to battle, final round. Both guys need to pull it out, and that's what we saw to Casey Dixon for DC against Ronald Ellis.
May the best squad win. It might be your 8 versus my 8, might be my 10 versus your 10, but I need some hammers to come with me to rock with my team, because that's how it's going down when you're in the Team Combat League.
Well, right now, I will have to say, Bubba, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm going to go get the scores, and we're going to figure out who exactly won this thing. But can you tell the audience how exciting it is to be here and to watch this 18 rounds? I feel like it went by in 18 seconds.
Absolutely. Well, you saw how the way the night started out with them coming out, getting that knockout within the first 5 seconds. We started our night out with a 5-second knockout in the very first fight of the night. So to end it on that type of round and end it on that type of excitement with both teams needing the victory, it was a beautiful thing to watch, a beautiful thing to be a part of. And the atmosphere in here, you can feel it. It's thick. It's lively. It's all that Team Combat League has to offer.
Everybody in the back of the ropes, please. The back. Back up. Over here, dear. Over here. Right in the center. Slide over for the center. I want you in the middle.
Ladies and gentlemen, having completed our Week 5 matchup between LA Tengus and the DC Destroyers, here is your final score. DC 171, LA 170. DC gets their first win of the season. They improved to 1-2. LA falls to 1-3 on the season. Congratulations to Barry Hunter and the DC Destroyers. Bubba,
yes, sir.
What a win for the DC Destroyers.
LA looks a little bit stunned, but, you know, DC came out aggressive, ready to fight. And, you know, they put it together as a team. Sometimes that's what it's like. That's what it's about. You know, the next man up. Maybe we don't all fight the same or fight the best, but the next man up coming to show what we got and represent for your team.
So that final round determined the winner. And Casey Dixon, to me, is the MVP of the night so far because he went in there as the underdog against Ronald Ellis, and he gets the victory in a major way.
Yeah, he fought very well tonight. And I was surprised to see Vlad lose. I don't know how, how that scorecard will go look back on it, but, hey, DC got away with the win, and they got their first victory tonight, and, they're in victory lane taking pictures as they should be.
So DC now, as we look at the standings, DC is 1-2. LA falls to 1-3 on the year. So how big of a momentum shift is this for DC as you move on to a bye week and you come back 2 weeks from tonight?
No, it's very big. And, they got that first win. They want to get closer to that championship July. So they're looking at this finish of the season and looking to come on strong. It ain't about how you start. It's about how you finish.
Well, here is some of the action. That was that riveting with Ronald Ellis and Damon Nicholson. And, for DC, Barry Hunter and company, even though it was close, they did not panic. They were the underdog going into that final matchup with Casey Dixon and Ronald Ellis, and Casey Dixon performed well.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was Derek Davis again, looking good. He was one of my favorite fighters. And there's Dupe getting her powerful punches off. Yep, getting her powerful punches. And just an excellent fight all around. Ripping bodies, switching back and forth. And then, as you said, Dixon with the MVP for you, beating Ronald Ellis in an upset to get the last victory that DC needed to pull ahead of LA.
Cynthia Conti standing by with a member of the DC Destroyers. Cynthia.
Oh, Derek Davis, congratulations on DC's first win tonight. I know you guys are ecstatic. How do you feel?
It's a blessing that we finally got our first win. We've been working hard every day. Out the gym, we just, stand training, making sure we're doing our sprints, sticking to game plan. And we just happy we got our first win now with the ball rolling, and we're trying to go get another one.
You won by 1 point. You guys lost last week by 1 point, so you guys got your revenge on a different team. Bubba Jenkins, this is what he said about you. You're sharp, clean, strong, and mean. He's one of your favorites. Or he's one of your favorite fighters tonight.
I appreciate that. I work on my craft. Thanks to Barry Hunter, Patrice Harris, Jamie Harris, all my coaches on the DC Destroyers. We just work hard, man. It's a blessing to be here, and I'm just happy that I can work for my team, for sure.
What did Barry Hunter say to you guys? Because you needed this win. It's the camaraderie. You needed that extra oomph. What did he say to you?
To be honest, he told us we're not coming home if we come back with an L. So I'm sorry. Like I said, he told us that we're not coming home on that bus if we don't get a win. So we dug down deep, we did our thing, and we got the W. So.
All right, well, enjoy the win with your team. Barry Hunter has a huge smile on his face. Congratulations, and best of luck to you in the tournament.
Sure. Yes, I'll eat.
All right. Well, that was Cynthia Conti with Derek Davis. And you know what? I thought it was so interesting that she was able to go ahead and get a guy who you feel is the MVP so far that you have witnessed so far.
Absolutely. And like he said, Coach told them if they don't get this victory, which they haven't gotten yet, they're not coming home. So I can understand having that over your head, wanting to get the victory and not wanting to have to walk home all the way back to D.C.
No doubt about it. Hey, look, that's a master motivator when it comes to Barry Hunter. So DC, they get their first win of the season. They are 1-2. LA falls to 1-3 on the year. Coming up, it'll be the final of our triple header. The New York Attitude and the Atlanta Attack on the way.
There's nothing more exciting than what the Team Combat League brings to the table.
One-round bouts, 8 teams across the U.S. The idea of this is so unique and so new.
It forces the fighters to skip the feel-out process and get right to the action.
I feel like New York's got a real good shot here, especially if I'm on the team.
Nobody can beat my mind, so nobody can beat me.
With the modeling is the modeling. When it comes to boxing, I handle my business.
One round, and guys giving their all.
This is going to be the future of boxing. I'm very excited to watch this format, this tournament, and this league.
One round, all what you got. Any minute, any second, anything can happen.
I got a 3-year-old kid. I'm just ready to change my family's life. What's up?
So,
current super bantamweight ABF champion of the world.
I was born the champ in the crib. Let's go.
There's no way anybody can compete with us.
LA Terminators will come to whoop some ass.
Las Vegas hustle, let's go.
The opportunity that a lot of these fighters will be having is a six-figure pay, health insurance. There's endless stuff to it.
I've been in and out of jail. I ain't gonna cap it to you. I've been shot 10 times.
Came down here with nothing. No car, no job. Hoping I'll make this team comeback league to change my life.
If you're willing to sacrifice and if you got the talent, you're going to make this team. That's it.
To be able to see what city has the best fighters in the United States of America.
With TCL, that's what you're gonna get.
Welcome back to the third of our triple header here from Sun Resort and Casino. Week 5 of Team Combat League rolls on. Ray Flores alongside Bubba Jenkins, the esteemed MMA fighter and NCAA national champion wrestler. Coming up, we have New York and Atlanta. New York undefeated. They have been at the top of the heap when it comes to the Team Combat League standings, taking on Atlanta, who just suffered their first loss of the season. Bubba, New York, they are rolling. How big of a factor does momentum play in a fighter and a team's confidence?
I think it plays a big part of them keeping that going, them being close to home, being in Connecticut, being here at the Mohegan Sun, them not having a loss already, to kind of walk with that bravado of being invincible, and I'm sure they're going to want to keep that streak alive.
Now, for New York, they are undefeated, so they have what they say in prize fighting, the era of invincibility.
Right.
Atlanta just suffered their first loss of the season. How much does that make Atlanta hungrier, and also does that make New York more susceptible to possibly come up short here tonight?
Well, it makes Atlanta very hungry because they just had that bad taste in their mouth after feeling that era of invincibility, and I'm sure they're willing to give that out and get that revenge back. Them having a team that have no losses, give them that extra motivation to want to get that victory back. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot of fight out of Atlanta tonight.
If you are new to Team Combat League, here's why we talk about the standings, because they're significant. Of the 6 teams, only 4 of which will make the playoffs towards the end of June. When you make the playoffs, that means more money, that means more fame, that means a lot more attention. The finals will be in July, where we will crown a champion with Team Combat League at the Mega Brawl. But standing by with the fighter to watch in this matchup with New York and Atlanta is Cynthia Conti.
Thanks, Ray. Sherbek Ramatulayev. Tonight, you're going to be stepping into the ring. New York City Attitude is the team to beat overall. You guys are undefeated. What are we going to see of you tonight to make sure you guys stay undefeated?
امروز شما نیویورک کماند جنگ استونگساس کماند بویناتدگی چیکاردagi tondaq امروز بویناتون از براش 59 از براش کساس.
Assalomu alaykum. Inshaalloh bugun qo'ldan kelgancha harakat qilamiz yutishga. Biz komanda shu paytgacha, shu kungacha yutqizmasdan 4-0 hisobi bilan yetib keldik. Endi inshaalloh bugun Atlanta jamoasi bilan kurashib 5-0 qilishga harakat qilamiz. Biz bunga tayyormiz. Inshaalloh qo'ldan kelgancha o'zimizni ko'rsatamiz. Ularda ham yaxshi, kuchli, texnikali, tajribali bolalar, sportchilar bor. Bizda ham yetarli hammasi. Inshaalloh bizni jamoa qo'ldan kelgancha harakat qiladi. O'zini ko'rsatishga rahmat.
Assalomu alaykum to everybody. Good evening. We have been training really hard as a team.
Welcome back.
And, we have a lot of strategies that we could use to beat Team Atlanta. I mean, they are very strong as well. They're technical, they're strong, but we got all the things that we need to defeat the team and stay 5-0, God willing.
All right, before we start, for people that are tuning in for the first time for Team Combat League, Uzbekistan, what are we going to see of you tonight?
یکم بود تیم کامنده که دیسودگی بساس از ازبکستانیو تو ازبکستانیوس چه نشون میتیم دوستاس
خدام خوشروی جنگ نشون میدم.
I'm going to show a beautiful fight.
All right, well, you heard it. Good luck to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now welcome back to week 5 of Team Combat League. It is the third of our triple header, as we now have a matchup here in week 5 between the undefeated 4-0 New York City Attitude matching up against the 2-1 Atlanta Attack. First up, let's meet the New York City Attitude, led by their head coaches, Ryan O'Leary and Benny Roman.
In the women's featherweight division, we have Nicole Ocasio. At lightweight, Zanjarbek Ramutalov. At welterweight, Charles Garner. At middleweight, Christian Cangelusi. At light heavyweight, Afudwa King. At heavyweight, Earl Newman. At lightweight, Titus Williams. Also at lightweight, Jonabek Komatov. At middleweight, Quasim Carter. Also at middleweight for New York City, Peter Dobson. At light heavyweight, Frederick Julan. At heavyweight for New York City, Bryce Taylor. And at light heavyweight for the New York City Attitude, Ralph Clemente. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the undefeated 4-0 New York City Attitude, led by their head coaches, Ryan O'Leary and Benny Roman. And now here is their opponents, the 2-1 Atlanta Attack, led by their coaches, Sam Arnold Sr. and Mustafa Meekins. In the women's featherweight division, Mona Ward. At lightweight, Marcel Davidson. At welterweight, Marcus Davidson. At middleweight, Khalid Johnson. At light heavyweight, Devontae Williams. At heavyweight, Devon Young. At lightweight, Michael Dawson. Also at lightweight for Atlanta, Leandric Johnson. At middleweight, Quandaris Arnold. Also at middleweight for Atlanta, Keandre Leatherwood. At heavyweight, Demetrius Demerite. And at light heavyweight for Atlanta, we have Frankie Solomon. Also Jerron Davis at welterweight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the undefeated New York City Attack and the 2-1, also the Atlanta Attack against the New York City Attitude. It's time to begin week 5 of Team Combat League in this matchup between New York City and Atlanta.
Daddy's commentating right now.
Let's go, young lady. Let's go, Nicole.
Okay, I gotta go.
All right, so we will go ahead and begin here with Nicole Ocasio and Mona Ward getting some action ready to go. And look at this, Nicole Ocasio going right after Mona Ward from the outset.
And we talk about TCL giving fighters and just many people so many opportunities. It's good to see Nicole Ocasio and Mona Ward in here representing their countries, representing women, representing just so many different platforms and atmospheres and backgrounds. It's beautiful to see TCL bring so many people together.
Nicole Ocasio certainly breaking boundaries for New York City. Good left hand over the top for Nicole Ocasio of New York City.
Southpaw with some really good skill, man. Love to see it.
Well, Cynthia, when it comes to breaking barriers and breaking boundaries, Nicole Ocasio wearing that the headdress, which is, I believe she's the first one in prize fighting to do it.
She is the first person I have seen here in the States do it. And good for her. You know, don't let anyone tell you. But I do also have a problem with Mona Ward not braiding her hair.
Okay.
Women have got to braid their hair. That should be a rule in boxing. It should be for females because of what's going on right now. She can't see. Her hair's going to fall all over the place.
This is why I'm glad we have you here to provide context on that, because I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I'm going to stay away from that lane.
Well, that's why I allow Cynthia to handle that.
But think about it. If even with the men, you got to pull your hair back I've seen people in the corner tape their head with the hand wraps, the tape, to pull their hair back because of this.
Or have a haircut like Mona did, our podcast partner.
Right?
Final moments between Mona Ward and Nicolo Casio. That'll end the first.
Sometimes it's really hard to judge those 2-minute rounds. I mean, they're going after it. The difference between who's winning and who's losing is so small that, man, you just don't have enough time to read it.
Told you, final 2 minutes in all of sports.
I apologize,
the
hijab, the head wrap. So thank you for clarifying that. Weenie Gonzalez on the stream.
See, I appreciate that. And
look at the range on this fighter.
Well, now
here.
we got Sherbeck Ramutolov. Ramutolov going right after Marcel Davidson of Atlanta.
Well, I just interviewed Sherbeck, and he's ready for a knockout. He's always a standout fighter. Just because Davidson is taller doesn't mean anything.
Oh, big right hand there by Sherbeck Ramutolov. We talked about stars when it comes to this team concept. Sherbeck Ramutolov is someone to keep your eye on with New York City. He has been one of the stars of the undefeated New York City attitude.
And it's good to see, you know, such difference in height discrepancy. So you get to see how the guys who are not as tall bob and weave and get their way in. And you get to see those guys with the leverage who really know what they're doing, try to use that height and leverage and jab and stay away. So it's good to see the techniques in combat collide.
So this is round 2, scheduled for 18. Sherbeck Ramutolov getting the better of Marcel Davidson, hammering away upon the Atlanta attacks. Marcel Davidson. But back comes Davidson.
Yeah, that jab cross that Davidson's got is finding its home a little bit. That range is sneaking in and sneaking out.
Greatly appreciate all of you joining us around the world. Don't forget, we will be off next week. We return 2 weeks from tonight on May 18th. 7 Eastern, big left over the top for Ramutolov.
And that is where Davidson does not want to be against the ropes, because Sherbeck is just going to unload his heavy punches against him, and Davidson has no answers for it.
Especially when you're against the ropes and you have all that height, the only way you can go is back and forward into his fist.
Good stiff jab for Sherbeck Ramutolov, but a right hook for Marcel Davidson as we enter the final minute of the second round. This one here in the lightweight division.
Davidson's having his moments, but Ramutolov is just, he's taking the bigger chances. He's the one that's going in and out of the pocket and actually landing. He's quicker.
I think Ramutolov is one of those guys that you obviously see his seasoned amateur background, and he's sitting down in his punches, which is problematic for anybody.
He looks good getting in and out. Davis is having some kind of success, but it's all Rakhmatolov's fight.
Actually, I had to get the pronunciation of his name during our interview. It's Ramatulayev. There we go.
Ramatulayev. Okay.
We apologize to Sherbeck's family, but we got
Ramatulayev.
Yes. Oh, and Ramatulayev. Did you just see how he just turned him with the pivots, got him against the rope, Davidson against the rope?
Well, Sherbeck is handling his business, and that'll end the second round. Atlanta was up 10-9 after that one, but I think now we are even after that performance from Sherbeck.
Yes, we are. I agree that we are even.
Yep.
Well, Cynthia, right now, I want to, at this point, as we're taking a look at some of the highlights of Sherbeck against Marcel Davidson, what are the fans saying, and what do we, let's dive into the chat a little bit.
So we just said, I just saw Sherbeck's going to be a big problem. He can crack if he gets in, going to be a problem. People are, they like him. I mean, as of right now, we have a lot of Atlanta fans, so they're not really cheering for New York right now.
Okay, so New York's got Charles Garner. Marcus Davidson, the brother of Marcel Davidson, is giving it a go for Atlanta. And Davidson starting strong, but Garner is obliging and willing to go toe-to-toe.
Marcus has a nice jab, using the jab to set up those big shots, but Garner is just coming in and throwing very, very big shots. And he's kind of going to the body and like hugging, just hugging.
I was going to say that that Marcus looks like Marcel's little brother or something like that.
They are brothers.
As soon as I saw him coming out, I was like, man, I feel like I've seen this guy already. But yeah, it's awesome to see, two brothers in the game on the same team doing it. I always like to see family members, fathers, sons, brothers. It's just good to see and have that family camaraderie there.
And they're fighting back to back after one another. How cool is that?
Absolutely. Cool. Gotta be training partners for sure.
And we are tied up at 19 apiece. Greatly appreciate our Team Combat League staff giving us up-to-date scores. Round 3 of 18. What a night that we've had so far.
Great night of action from the starting 5-second knockout to the last fights that we had, going down to the last heavyweight bout. I mean, an amazing weekend in Mohegan Sun.
Well, it's a great fight night when, Cynthia, we say this, big left hook there by Marcus Davidson. Expect the unexpected. I don't think we could have predicted what we've seen tonight thus far.
Oh, God, no. This week 5 has been everything that we expected. Knockouts, knockdowns. Didn't think about the disqualifications, but hey, it happens, and they have another week. I think they have another week maybe to see if they make it to the finals. I'm not sure.
No, we have a couple of weeks, so we'll be back on May 18th. The playoffs will be in the mid to end of June, so we will have 2 semifinals, and then that'll determine who's going to participate in the Mega Brawl in July.
Oh, that I can't wait.
Summertime's a killing season. Everybody wants to get to that one.
Yes.
Undoubtedly.
I told you, Bubba, working this for the first time, you don't know what to expect. These are fun, friendly fights.
And the atmosphere that is created by the rounds and the times.
Big shot.
Beautiful uppercut. Beautiful uppercut.
Look at that.
I think that stunned Davidson.
Absolutely. I was just saying that, just the atmosphere that is created by the rounds, the times, and these fighters, it's amazing to be a part of.
What action that we're seeing between Marcus Davidson and Charles Garner. So the first semifinal will be in July. The regular season goes through the end of June.
Okay.
So first semifinal will be in July. Second semifinal will be shortly thereafter. And then in the middle of July, we're going to have the Mega Brawl, which is going to be a monster event. But this is some of the work from Marcus Davidson against Charles Garner.
Oh, I do want to shout out to Gene Parmesan. He spelled out Ramatulayev.
Ramatulayev.
Thank you.
Charles Parmesan.
Some of these names, interesting names that you guys have here. But we do appreciate you guys. Keep it coming. Tell us who's going to win. Who do you guys have winning right now?
You sure it's not Parmesan?
Well, one or the other.
Parmesan?
Yeah.
That's how you say it,
I might sprinkle some Parmesan upon some of my pasta later tonight. Anyways,
good right
Christian
hand.
Cangelosi, Khalid Johnson. Cangelosi for New York City, Khalid Johnson for Atlanta.
Oh, Cangelosi, we know.
Ooh, that right hand.
Yeah.
He's got dynamite in his hands.
He's got dynamite in those hands and those beautiful tassels on his shoes, but...
Oh, I do like that.
Yeah, see? Oh, wow.
But look at Khalid Johnson come forward.
Man, they are meeting each other very nicely. The timing of
Cangelosi.
The timing of Cangelosi with that jab cross, what he's really throwing that cross, is amazing.
Big left hook by Christian Cangelosi.
Johnson just threw his own hook.
Johnson's strong.
A little bit, yeah, he is.
He's strong.
Cangelosi is getting attacked for the first time all season. He's been terrific, and Johnson's going right after him.
And they take him down. Whoa, okay. Cangelosi was able to get in some body shots, but the way that Johnson throws his shots, it's just with very, very mean intention.
Yeah, venomous intentions.
He's super athlete as well. You can see he's just jumping in, leaping in, hopping in. No correct footwork, but he's been successful by just being a really good athlete that sometimes you don't really need it.
I think that the athleticism of Johnson's giving Cangelosi problems.
Absolutely.
It's very awkward. It's an awkward style for Cangelosi. But the problem is, if Cangelosi lands one of those hooks on Johnson and his feet are not stable, good night.
Good night. And there goes his balance and possibly his conscience.
Good left hook upstairs by Cangelosi. Cangelosi picking it up, but he eats a right hand from Johnson. This is the first time I've seen Christian Cangelosi really tested all season long for New York City.
And that's great. It's a great matchup. because Cangelosi is,
good power.
Beautiful body shot by Cangelosi.
Good power.
Cangelosi starting to figure out Khalid Johnson coming on strong, attacking the body of Johnson.
Wonderful
as you alluded to,
uppercut.
Cynthia.
Yep, the uppercut, if he throws more of those because he's so wild, he does not put his arms up, that's going to knock him out right there, put him to sleep.
So already, Dallas victorious over Las Vegas. DC defeats LA. And will Atlanta hand New York City their first loss of the season? Right now, Atlanta's on top 29-28 over New York City.
And it's a close one right here.
What happened here? Oh, his mouthpiece?
Mouthpiece or tape?
Something. I'm not surprised his mouthpiece probably flew out because they're throwing shots. They're wailing their hooks. And that's a slip. Oh, beautiful.
Big shot. Oh, my. What a way to end it.
Beautiful way to end it.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
That might have cemented their round.
Were you not entertained?
Very much entertained. That was amazing.
Cannoli Cangelosi.
That was probably the best 10 seconds of the last
right?
Look at
5
this.
rounds, 6 rounds.
That is, wow. This is Team Combat League, ladies and gentlemen. You get your 1-minute fix.
Literally. Well, also want to send a special hello to Leave It in the Ring, David Duenes, who is watching and covering tonight's event on social media, doing a great job. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. Now we have a Funwa King of New York City, Devontae Williams for Atlanta. This one at light heavyweight.
And you're hearing those gloves collide, hitting the body. Got some heavy hitters right now.
And many of those are big guys.
Look at a Funwa King. He means business.
A Funwa King is the epitome of a professional. Comes in on weight and in very good physical shape, always focused and ready to go to work.
He's dictating the pace right now, just stalking Williams around the ring.
Yeah, Williams has got to find something to get him up off of him because King is just walking forward.
Nice right hand!
And there it is.
King. And I'm surprised there wasn't a knockdown.
There it is.
A big right hand. The King goes down. That's a big swing for Devontae Williams.
Atlanta looking to extend that lead.
Wow.
New York is on the ropes right now in a big way.
Literally and figuratively. Don't forget, a 2 knockdown rule isn't a fact.
My goodness, well that woke up a
Good response by King to put him in the corner and crowd him, not so he can get that brain back right. It's a beautiful job to respond by King.
But also, as we're at the midway point of the 5th round, Cynthia, for Devontae Williams, he remained composed, he remained patient, and he found a home for that right hand, and that totally changed things around for Williams.
It really did. It did wake up King, and Williams has a little bit more pep in his step, but now he's got to get off the ropes because that's exactly where King wants him.
I think with King being hyper-aggressive, it's a good thing, but it could be a bad thing because being too aggressive could cost you.
Absolutely. And that, too, is what he ran into last time. I was just saying that Williams needed to do something to keep him up off of him, and he landed that perfect 2 right down the middle, so I'm sure he's looking for it again.
That perfect right hand that found its mark for Devontae Williams of Atlanta.
Got back-to-back fights right now with Cangelosi and now with this King versus Williams.
So we were even at 38 with Cangelosi winning that round against Khalid Johnson, and that is a 2-point swing for Devontae Williams of Atlanta.
Absolutely. I thought King was winning the round, and you know, we see that Devontae Williams put him on the canvas and likely to steal the round because he was losing majority of it, in my opinion.
Speaking of stealing around, Christian Cangelosi obviously stole the round against Khalid Johnson with that final flurry.
That was beautiful. That was a beautiful way to end it. That makes you want more rounds and more rounds to see what Cangelosi could have done in the next couple rounds. But hey, Team Combat League.
Round 5 in the books.
That's the way to put a stamp on his round as well.
Devontae Williams with a big knockdown. That was not a knockdown. Arthur Mercati said he remained upright, but here it went.
Oh, it was not a knockdown.
No, it eventually came.
Oh,
yeah,
that
eventually
one
came.
Okay. All right, guys, on socials, whoever's watching the live stream, tell me what you guys think. Tell us what you guys think. Did you see that coming? Did you see that as a knockdown? I mean, the ref did.
Earl Newman for New York, and the Atlanta's Devon Young. So the Atlanta attack and the New York City attitude going at it. Earl Newman starting strong for New York City.
Absolutely, and Atlanta came out with a nice fierce jab to get the party started as well. So we're looking at some heavy hitters that are willing to put it on the line.
All right, so we are off next week, a bye week for Team Combat League. We return 2 weeks from tonight, May 18th, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time, here on the Team Combat League YouTube channel.
Oh,
big right hand there by Devon Young.
Left hook landed and looked like it cleaned his clock.
So with the knockdown, Atlanta's on top of New York City, 48-46, and they are getting the better of this in the early going with Devon Young, who is measuring Earl Newman.
These are some heavy weights, throwing some heavy shots right now.
Yeah, heavy leather is being thrown around here at Mohegan Sun.
I'm getting cooled off by the wind of the punches that are being missed. These boys are throwing heavy right now.
Yeah, they obviously want to end their opponent's night in abrupt fashion.
Good jab by Newman.
Yeah, oh, there he goes. He has him against the rope. New York City, Earl Newman has no answer. That's where you throw an uppercut, right there. You see, it was close. He could have just threw one. I mean, I'm not a fighter, but as you could see, it couldn't.
That was the perfect timing. That was a good call. You've seen enough to know that that would have been a good uppercut.
Damn.
I like the thought process, Cynthia.
I know. You know, I should just do it.
Maybe we'll see one. Maybe you'll call it. Maybe we'll see one from these guys, and we'll be like, Cynthia called it. She said it. Here it comes. Here it comes.
The gods hurt me.
Right now, we have 75 seconds to go in this 6th round. Earl Newman for New York City matching up against Atlanta's Devon Young. Round 6. This one's scheduled for 18. The third of our triple header here tonight at Mohegan Sun.
Devon Young looks really good. He looks almost like a throwback fighter to me.
He's in excellent condition.
He really is.
And he doesn't waste much motion.
No.
He's very economical with what he throws.
Yes.
Big right hand there by Earl Newman. Earl Newman, an Olympian, saying, hey, I'm not going away that easy.
Oh,
right
good combination.
An echoing right hand for Devon Young of Atlanta.
If he gets faster with that 1-2, he's going to really land it.
He's getting through the guard right now.
Under 30 seconds left of this 6th round. Another right hand over the top by Earl Newman. But he eats a left hook from Devon Young. I think this is another big round for Atlanta.
Definitely. Definitely a big round for Devon Young in Atlanta. And Atlanta's looking to get the upset. You know, Atlanta's coming off of their first loss last week. New York hasn't been defeated. They're looking to turn the cords.
Yeah.
And that'll end the 6th round. And from a record standpoint, if Atlanta is able to win this, they would now be 3-1. New York would fall to 4-1. So when you look at the standings, everybody is within striking distance of one another, especially as we head towards the playoffs. We will go through the regular season through the end of June. In July, we'll have 2 semifinal matchups. 4 of these 6 teams will qualify for the playoffs, meaning when you qualify for the playoffs, there's more money and you stay alive to compete for the Mega Brawl Championship.
Yeah. These kids, or I always call them kids because they're all younger than me, but these fighters.
You're not that old at all.
I'm older than all of you guys put together. Come on now.
Well, anyways, quick score update. Atlanta's on top, 58-55 with that win from Devon Young. We appreciate Josh giving us up-to-date scores, doing a marvelous job with Team Combat League. 58-55. You literally, big right hand there as we now have Michael Dawson for Atlanta and Titus Williams for New York.
Both of them had a beautiful trade. One traded with the right hand, one traded with the hook, and they had, you know, very good responses on both ends.
I literally can't even give out the score, and then action happens immediately. Literally, I miss about 2 or 3 punches.
Team Combat League for you, right after the other.
And when you're asking about the weight class, this is in the lightweight division. So Titus Williams, Michael Dawson, 135. Oh, boy. Williams was off balance, but then he ate a right hand from Michael Dawson.
Michael Dawson's got a mean right hand.
He is unloading on
it is clockwork.
Piston jab, listed right hand.
A roll right hand, a roll. It's like a shimmy, a defense, and then throw the right hand with reckless abandon. There goes that right hand.
I don't know how Ahmed Sheikh, the president and CEO of Team Combat League, keeps up to date with all this, because I am mesmerized by watching this. A big right hand from Michael Dawson.
Titus Williams is definitely on shaky legs.
And Titus Williams is a terrific fighter.
He really is.
I mean, he's been in there against some quality competition.
Dawson is just a level above.
I see Dawson getting a knockout in this round somehow.
Wow. Well, Dawson is setting him up. A left hook that rattled Titus Williams.
Too much time.
A right hand by Dawson.
All night, ladies and gentlemen, that right hand will find its home. Like a GPS on his chin, it's going home all night.
He's targeting it without a doubt. Here's Michael Dawson.
Here it comes. One more step like that, it's going to be a problem.
Big left hook!
Bubba just
literally, as you saw.
You can't keep doing that repetitively.
He's on ice skates right now.
Yeah, there must be, there's got to be an ice rink underneath us, because Titus Williams is sliding all over the place.
And it is a good thing right now for Michael Dawson to try to get Atlanta that victory, that big round right here, because they're trying to do the unthinkable, and that is beat New York, who hasn't been beaten yet.
Anything is possible tonight. Atlanta Attack is on the attack to give them their first loss.
Blood is in the water, ladies and gentlemen. He's got to really dig down and try to go get this one. If I was on his team, I would be screaming to tell him to go get this. We need the bonus points.
Look, any big left hook that connected by Michael Dawson. Well, you want to look at stars for Atlanta, look no further than Michael Dawson.
And right now, it's...
What a massive round for Michael Dawson. One that I think can even warrant a 10-8 round.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
10-8 could be.
He's surviving.
Oh, look at that.
He's almost.
He's out on his feet.
He's been out on his feet for 2.5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Typically, I don't like 10-8 rounds if there's no knockdown deemed by the official, but there are exceptions to the rule. Michael Dawson is the exception to that rule.
When you got your guy on Bambi ice skates, like Cynthia said, all around, you should get an 8 for that.
Yeah. He's like, at least I did not get knocked out.
You survived, I guess. But at some point, I started looking at the referee to start stepping in, and that's how you know it's getting to that 10-8 round level.
I was just so impressed by that of Michael Dawson of Atlanta. Now we have Jonabek Komatov for New York and Leandric Johnson of Atlanta. And I think Atlanta is building on their lead, which is quite a confidence booster as we enter round 8. We stay within the lightweight division as well. Cynthia, what are they saying on the stream or the comments?
Well, they did say, finally, y'all being honest. So what are you guys talking
We're always
about?
honest.
We've always been honest. But they are saying Atlanta is not playing. New York's going to get their first loss tonight.
Well, big shot there, and now a little bit of rumble-tumble. Atlanta's on top, 68-64 of that of New York City, so they are building on their lead.
And you can see why Atlanta only has one loss. They're a solid team, top to bottom. You're seeing a good fighting stance and fighting prowess out of every fighter coming out of Atlanta. It's looking really good.
They're coached by Sam Arnold Sr., Mustafa Minkins.
I really like how Leandric Johnson jumps in and out of the pocket, using his jab, get back, and resets.
Coming up on 100 seconds to go in this 8th round. Don't forget, off next week, bye week. We return for week 6 of Team Combat League 2 weeks from tonight, May 18th. 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time.
And for all of you new fans who are just tuning in, if you have not seen the previous weeks, we are replaying them on our YouTube. So make sure you guys check it out. Check out all of our socials, because we've been doing some social media interviews on and off camera, so get to know the fighters.
And also, guess what? You're getting it for free.
Free?
You are paying nothing to watch Team Combat League every single week of Season 1. You know, we're very far away from the holidays, guys, but that is an early holiday gift. Compliments of Ahmed Sheikh and his entire team with Team Combat League.
It's a nice thing. I love free. I'll take
Gift
free
that
any
keeps
day.
on giving, because every round it's a new fight. Every round it's a new status. It's a new win that needs to happen. It's to do everything.
That was a nice
Look at Komatov
yeah,
go.
Komatov is now unloading.
Well, Komatov is needed, and he spun around a spinning back fist. That's allowed in your sport, Bubba, but not here.
I'm not sure that my influence on the side of the cage has been good for the Team Combat League.
Yeah, well, you have made an indelible imprint, I must say.
Behind the head.
Shots behind the head by Leandric Johnson of Atlanta.
No.
MMA has broken out here in the Mohegan Sun.
Look at this, a right hand by Leandric Johnson. But I think Jonabek Komatov has gotten a much-needed win for Benny Roman and Ryan O'Leary, the coaches of New York City.
I think Komatov kind of slipped through that one.
I thought he got it.
Yeah.
And
Johnson
here is some of the work.
He started good.
There was a little bit in the middle where he did good. I have to see the earlier rounds because I was a little bit discombobulated with all the movement that was going on. But we're going to see, because I think Atlanta is starting to widen that gap.
Well, now we have Quasim Carter and Quandarius Arnold. This one in the middleweight division. And look at Quasim Carter ready to go for New York City.
That's the first time we heard the DJ tonight?
Maybe. I mean, I've been so locked in. I mean, I know he's been performing, but...
Yeah, it's the only walkout song we've heard tonight.
Yeah, of course. That means your focus is paramount, which is such a great thing. I don't know how you guys keep your focus in prize fighting. I'll be honest with you, Bubba.
A lot going on, but when you're a warrior, being in war is what you like.
Well, here we see Quasim Carter, Quandarius
nice.
Arnold. Some body work by Arnold. Atlanta, they are sensing that they very well could hand New York City their first loss of the season. New York City undefeated, 4-0 here in the first season of Team Combat League. Atlanta 2-1. They suffered their first loss of the season. Current score, Atlanta 77, New York City 74. So Jonabek down goes Arnold.
Wow.
And that's big because that makes it a closer matchup.
Yes, it does. It closes that gap.
It makes it a one-point matchup.
Yes.
So that cushion that Atlanta had, guess what? It has gone by the wayside.
And it's about to evaporate if he gets this knockout.
And there's a 2 knockdown rule in effect. If you are new to Team Combat League, a 2 knockdown rule is in effect. If a second knockdown happens, then the round will be waived off. And it'll be a 10-7 round for that of Quasim Carter.
I think it is very likely within the next minute and 20 seconds that he catches him with that right hand.
He's thrown to the body. Carter has that sense of urgency to take him out. He knows he's hurt.
I got a new nickname for you, Bubba. Bubstradamus. Bubstradamus is what he's been giving.
I
You've
appreciate
been
that.
accurate with your analysis.
Yes, sir. Well, when you've been in the game and you've seen it as much as I have, it kind of tells you the script. You kind of see the movie happening and you kind of see where it ends.
Oh, look at
Good
the
body.
from
Good
Carter
body.
right now.
Carter, your accuracy predicting-wise is almost as accurate as that right hand from Quasim Carter of New York.
I thought that was a good body shot that Arnold tried to pull off as a low blow.
This is a big round for the New York City Attitude as they clearly cut into the deficit that they were facing, down 78-74 entering this 9th round.
They knew that they were down on the cards. You can tell. And this round right here is turning the tides for them.
Look, I look at New York City like how you had a big right hand by
There's that
Carter.
right hand.
We'll
He
talk
had about a
the
minute
analysis.
left.
He almost had him.
Oh, there you
He's
go.
got him hurt.
There it
He's
was.
got Arnold hurt. Quasim Carter has performed in a big way. A 10-8 round on the way. Likely a 1-point lead as Atlanta clings to it.
Wow, let's see what you guys have said. Come on, Quan. Okay, so what's that mean? Who do you guys have? I want to know. Now people are saying Arnold about to go to sleep. If the rounds went a little bit longer, yes, he probably would have.
Let's take a look at that knockdown as ruled by Johnny Callis.
Ooh, that body. Ooh, that
Good body. That you were saying that was a wonderful body that he tried to play off as a low blow. This is good technique. Uppercut to the overhand. Beautiful style of changing up the punches.
Now we have round 10, Peter Dobson of New York City for Atlanta, Keandre Leatherwood. Now Atlanta is on top 85-84. So New York City was down by 4 points. Now they're down by a point. And I think New York City is that of the New England Patriots back in the day when Tom Brady and company were leading them, and they almost seem to be invincible. You know how to win when you deal with adversity. New York City down by only a point, and they are charging.
8 rounds to go. We're going to see how this thing finishes out. We knew.
Atlanta's on the attack right now.
Look at Keandre Leatherwood. The Atlanta attack living up to their nickname.
Man, I wish I could see more blood in the water from the guys that have their guys hurt. You know your team needs a big moment. You got to go out and get that. When I wrestled for Penn State, when we had a guy on their back, we were really looking for those bonus points pins that these guys can really get if they, put the pedal to the metal.
You see Leatherwood telling him, come on. He's talking to him. He's like, let's trade.
Leatherwood trying to set him up with that big right hand. Keandre Leatherwood, 34 years of age. He's been in the ring with the likes of Steve Rose, along with Caleb Truax, Andy Lee. This is a guy that's battle-tested at 34 years of age as Keandre Leatherwood, and he is hammering away upon Peter Dobson.
Yeah, it's a good 3-2 that he's got going. He's just got to calm himself.
That was a nice little right by Dobson, a sneaky little right hook.
Yeah, he seems to still be a little fighting anxiously. If he can calm himself down a little bit, he can have a little bit more success.
Coming up, we're just over the midway point of this, our 10th round.
At least Dobson is keeping his range, but Leatherwood is just able to come in and close the gap quickly.
Well, here's the thing. Peter Dobson's undefeated, 16-0 as a professional. And, he's obviously being tested here by Keandre Leatherwood. Again, this does not count against these fighters' professional boxing records because they're only fighting 1 round at a time. Under a minute to go in this 10th round.
Another good thing for TCL to have done, so guys can just get in here, get some action, get some good work on tape.
To me, it's stay busy, but it's being a part of a team concept where so much is on the line. And let's just say that there's a reason why we call it prize fighting. You're competing for a prize, meaning money.
Honey.
What we all do it for.
I'm gonna go ahead and say, the key is for 4 of these 6 teams to make it to the playoffs because you get a playoff bonus. I wonder if we get playoff bonuses, guys, but we'll have another topic for
the more fights, the more bonus, right?
I would hope. Final moments of this 10th round. I think Keandre Leatherwood has been able to, quote-unquote, stop the bleeding for Atlanta.
Yeah, he has. Now they're entangled right now. But
I like that word, entangled.
The entanglement.
Yes. And that'll end the 10th.
Dobson, yeah, it was a nice showing from Leatherwood. Wow. This is getting so close. My goodness.
Well, what do we know? Another close matchup down the stretch we go.
Yeah, and it's imperative that Atlanta knows where they are, knows that there's 8 rounds left, knows how close it is, and tries to squeak out beating the undefeated, because that's the ultimate goal, is to try to make those that ranking a little bit closer.
And also, one thing is, you want to finally burst the bubble and hand a team their first loss of the season. Right now, Atlanta's on top, 95-93. You don't want to see a team go around and say, oh, we're undefeated, because you're kind of sick and tired of hearing that chatter. You know what it's like, Bubba, to be a part when you were with Penn State or Arizona State and you were competing against a team that was undefeated. You wanted to work even harder to, quote-unquote, shut them up.
Absolutely. You're inspired by who they are, truly. They're the undefeated team. They're the big mountain to climb, and, they walk around like it, as they should. So you're trying to knock that smug feeling and look off of their face, and you have every right and motivation to try to do so. So go out there and prove something to yourself.
And you know what? I don't know about you, but I'm so sick and tired of hearing, and I'm sure Dolphins fans are okay with this, but I'm so sick and tired of hearing about the 72 Dolphins.
Oh, man.
Oh, this and that. We're undefeated, whatever. I'm so sick of it. If you're a team, you want to be able, if a team's undefeated, not only just for pride purposes, but you want to be able to go ahead and you want to shut them up in many aspects, Bubba. So, I mean, look, with Atlanta, they're on top 95-93. over New York City. But New York City, when you're undefeated, you know how to win. You know what it's like to dig in the trenches.
Absolutely. You know how to win. You know what it's like to be in the trenches, but you also know what it's like to be in the head, to maybe even, put that gap between you and the people that are behind you. Say, hey, we're the undefeated team. We're the team that is closest to home. Let's come out here and fight like it. Atlanta had a much further distance to travel, and this is our backyard where we are the only team that has not had a blemish. Let's keep it that way. So you try to walk on that pride.
One more thing before we get ready to embark upon the next part of Team Combat League, these money rounds, but this is the action in the regular season. Can you imagine what it's going to be like come playoff season in July and as the season progresses?
I cannot imagine seeing the Final Four, right? And then knowing that, hey, we're down by 2 rounds, there's maybe 4 fighters left, and there's an extra bonus on the line,
Bonus meaning this.
Yeah, man. Some of
this.
these guys don't really see that bigger picture. They see the moment right now, they see the opponent in front of them, but they don't see those extra accolades of making history and being in the finals and being on the champion side of what Team Combat League has to offer. So those that can see the future in the big league of that money are really going to put the pedal to the metal and try to get those victories done.
And also the prestige of being the first ever Team Combat League champion. We're going to come back. Get ready to go for the final 8 rounds. The money rounds are going to be crazy. Welcome to Week 5 of Team Combat League. We'll come back with the money rounds.
There's nothing more exciting than what the Team Combat League brings to the table.
1-round bouts, 8 teams across the U.S. The idea of this is so unique and so new.
It forces the fighters to skip the feel-out process and get right to the action.
I feel like New York's got a real good shot here, especially if I'm on the team.
Nobody can beat my mind, so nobody can beat me.
With the modeling is the modeling. When it comes to boxing, I handle my business.
1 round, and guys giving their all.
This is going to be the future of boxing. I'm very excited to watch this format, this tournament, and this league.
1 round, all what you got. Any minute, any second, anything can happen.
I got a 3-year-old kid. I'm just ready to change my family's life. What's up?
So, current super bantamweight ABF champion of the world.
I was born a champ in the crib. Let's go.
There's no way anybody can compete with us.
All right, so we are back. Frederick Julan for New York City. Devontae Williams for that of Atlanta. This one in the light heavyweight division. We told you we don't mess around. We start from the outset.
Right into it, man.
Literally, we couldn't even allow our commercial to play all the way through.
Commercial, but boxing doesn't wait for nobody.
No, it doesn't. This is Team Combat League week number 5. Atlanta 2-1. New York City 4-0 on the season. Big right hand by Devontae Williams.
And Devontae Williams is good with that constant pace of patience, and then jab, jab, cross that ends, a guy's consciousness. So we're looking for Devontae to have that same setup again.
Incidentally, Devontae Williams is the reason why Atlanta holds a 2-point advantage because of his knockdown of Afunwa King at 175 in round 5.
He's getting beat up a little bit here.
Against Frederick Julan. I don't know if Frederick Julan is still advised by David Iskowitz, a good friend of mine who's been in the business for a while, but he believed that Frederick Julan of France could be something significant here.
You never know. I mean, I just interviewing Leatherwood right now for socials. He hasn't fought in 3 years, and him coming back just doing this made him fall in love with the sport again.
See, and that's what Team Combat League does. It gives younger fighters who've been in the game for a while, an opportunity. All you can ask for in life and in prize fighting is an opportunity. That's what Team Combat League does, and the action's insane.
You see that? He's trying to throw a huge uppercut, Williams, and he missed. That would have been beautiful if it landed.
He's been landing a lot with that right hand.
Yeah, he really is.
I'm the hook guy. She's the uppercut lady.
Yeah, there
that's
you go.
all we've been asking for all night.
Left hook, hooks in abundance here in the uppercut lady. Big left by Julan as he hammers Williams with the right hook. And look at Julan right in the face of Devontae Williams. And a left that sprays him.
I believe Devontae Williams is being a little bit too patient. Last time I could say that, but he ended up breaking that patience with a knockdown. So you could say, man, he's being a little too patient, and then it happens. You're saying that now, and it's 30 seconds left, and I'm still feeling like he's being too patient.
Well, I tell you what, we have not been too patient all night long here because from the outset, we've gotten all action all the time since we started over 3 hours ago.
Wow, has it been 3 hours?
It has been over 3 hours. It literally has flown by, I feel like, in 3 minutes.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Well, it flies when you're watching Team Combat.
That's what I was going to say. Time flies when you get so much action back to back to back and you're not even conscious of the time. You're just watching the action.
It is so much fun, and these fighters are putting it all on the line. Round 11 in the books, Devontae Williams and Frederick Julan. I thought Julan likely won that one for New York City.
Oh, yeah. What's the other guy's name? I'm sorry.
Yes, Devontae Williams.
Williams, to me, didn't do anything that round. He rested on his laurels of the knockdown that he earlier. Yep. I've done what I've done. I've done what I need to do for the team. I'm off this round.
It's almost like you hit a 3-run homer, and you're like, you know what? I gave us a 5-1 lead. So you know what? I'm all right to kind of just
I don't care if it's 5-5.
It's all right.
I did my
5-4.
Yeah.
We're up because of me. Big left hook by Bryce Taylor. Demerite are going at it. These are heavyweights with Bryce Taylor for New York City and Atlanta's Demetrius Demerite.
Looks a little size difference with Bryce Taylor, but Demetrius in there being as gritty and as gully as he could possibly be.
Cynthia, you caught it from the outset. You're like, oh my, look at this.
Well, it looked like that, what's his name over here on the green, Taylor got rocked a little bit. And he's the bigger guy. Just size doesn't matter. And
big left hook.
That hurts.
Oh boy, Demerite's in trouble. This could be in trouble. This is big for New York
Left
City.
hooks all day. Where's that uppercut?
There it goes. Bryce Taylor pouncing on Demerite. This would be major for New York City. This would put New York City on top.
This is how New York. This is how New York's.
Oh my goodness! In New York, you are feeling it. Bryce Taylor poured it on Atlanta's Demetrius Demerite.
A lot of time left too, ladies and gentlemen.
This is why they're undefeated collectively as a unit at 4-0 because of performances like Bryce Taylor, their heavyweight.
This is a good anchor to have on your team right here. He's coming, bringing the power, and I think he knows what time it is. He's going to try to get this guy out of there.
Atlanta is unsteady with Demetrius Demerite in more ways than one.
Oh, what a
big
hook.
right hand by Taylor, followed by a hook.
Uppercut coming, ladies and gentlemen.
It really is.
Big one coming.
I don't know how Demerite remains upright.
I am surprised right now. I think so is Taylor.
He has been absorbing a tremendous amount of punishment, but he remains with his vertical base.
He remains on his 10 toes. Maybe on 8 toes. He's leaning a little bit, but he's still there.
Look, bottom line is whether you're lean with it or rock with it, you remain upright.
If he gets that left hook off, he gets a little bit more consciousness of where he is, gets that left hook off like he needs to, he can really put Bryce Taylor out of there. I mean, Demetrius out of there.
Yeah, well, Demerite still remaining and coming forward to Bryce Taylor. I think he's just trying to hold on in these final 26
There's that
seconds.
Left hook. There's that left hook.
Another left hook by Taylor.
Give me another one.
Has been slamming that left hook into the face of Demetrius Demerite all night long.
He is just going forward. It's just like Goliath just coming forward.
Atlanta was on top, 104-103, with Julan winning that one. And likely we now have an even matchup as Bryce Taylor ends it. What a massive round for New York City's heavyweight Bryce Taylor.
Listen, if I am at Team Atlanta's coach, I'm definitely happy with the fact that my guy stood on his feet the whole time. We didn't give up too big of a bounce or too big of a round. Those left hooks are devastating.
Unbelievable.
I cannot believe he was standing after that.
3 unanswered, 4 unanswered.
My goodness.
Tremendous, and now we are tied at 113. Nicolo Casio for New York, Mona Ward going at it again here in the women's featherweight division.
As if they didn't take a break. They're right after it, round 2 with these two, and going after it.
They are going toe-to-toe on a Thursday night with Team Combat League. New York City looking to remain undefeated. Atlanta looking ahead. New York City, their first loss of the year.
It might happen.
Well, Mona Ward applying the pressure for New York City, but back comes Nicolo Casio.
Mona Ward throws very wide. So
yeah, that's why she's able to hop in and trade a little bit and then hop out, and nothing much is happening. They're wide punches and they're just arm slapping.
Yeah, it's not effective. So the judges, hopefully they see that, or unless they just see
action. They just see action.
But sometimes I just want to put my spectator hat on and just enjoy what we're watching, because this has been so exciting.
I love it. Sherman Buckley's like, let's go, women. They are back. We got fans of women's boxing, I'm telling you.
I think women's boxing is wickedly entertaining, and I think it's at its apex right now.
It really is.
It's the healthiest it's ever been, and only getting stronger. Really like watching. You know, obviously, Alicia Baumgartner is one of my favorites.
Oh, yeah.
I think she's terrific, world champion herself, went to England,
I'm over there. I'm over there with PFL with Carissa Shields.
There you go, exactly.
Shout out to my organization and to the gold.
Yeah, she's the gold standard, literally and figuratively.
Literally.
No doubt. Right now, Nicolo Casio and Mona Ward.
They're wrestling.
Guys, yeah, they are.
A lot going on.
Well, we know a good wrestler a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna start calling out takedowns here in a second.
Has anyone, Bubba, I'm looking at your profile. Has anyone ever told you you look like Errol Spence from the side? Look at his profile.
You know, I do see a little bit.
I looked over. I'm like,
I have not been given that. I have not heard that. I've actually never heard that I've looked like anybody else. People come up and say, "Hey, you look like this guy." No one's ever come up to me and be like, "You look like this person," and actually had a legitimate gripe. I don't know what I look like from the side, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, we now enter round 14. Sherbek Ramutalyov and Marcel Davidson. I'm probably saying it wrong. My apologies, but that is
Ramatulayev.
Ramutalayev.
Ramatulayev.
Yeah, Ramatulayev.
Oh, what is this?
And look at this. They are wrestling, and Arthur McKenty will not stand for that. Marcel Davidson for Atlanta. Nice left for Davidson.
Oh, he got hurt. It's going to be a knockdown.
Are they going to roll it? No.
It's going to be a slip, but I think it was a good punch.
Sherbek going right after Marcel Davidson. Sherbek got the better of them in the second round. We're now here in round 14.
They both have calmed down.
Oh, that was a nice
big right hook for Sherbek. Sherbek attacking Marcel Davidson. And now, that's the second warning. Mercanti will take a point away, and that could be significant. Oh, my. So Sherbek better be careful. He's been warned twice, and barely 60 seconds have evaporated.
They cannot afford to lose any points as close as these matchups have been.
Neither team.
No one.
And a point could determine whether or not you get a win or loss, and a win or a loss could determine whether or not you make the playoffs or not, and your seeding.
Look at those body shots from Ramatulayev.
Yeah, oh gosh, he's out. He's out. Atlanta knocked him out. He's out on his feet. He's not getting up, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness.
That's it. That's it.
This is over.
That's it.
God.
Atlanta with the knockout. Atlanta with the knockout. And he was out before he dropped him. It was over.
We need to see the replay because it happened I haven't seen a knockout.
I saw it happen in slow motion.
The knockout of the year. Marcel Davidson over Sherbek.
And Sherbek was paused. He was paused on his feet and was out already, and then he went down. Beautifully done by Marcel Davidson in front of his brother, who's coming up next. I mean, just a great job by Davidson.
Well, how about this? Marcel Davidson lost the second round to Sherbek, and he comes out. He was not having success, and he gets the finish.
Oh, my goodness.
1, 2. He's out. He's out. And then he goes.
Where did he get hit? Was
the two.
The two.
It was a one. It was a jab cross.
Oh, there we go.
He's out. He's out. He's out. He's out. And then go.
Uppercut.
There we go.
I saw him already kind of like leading back. You know, that battery's there.
Back shot of him. Oh my God, I hope he's all right. That was a very nasty knockout.
Absolutely, and those can happen to anyone. And that shakes the team of New York. You know, they haven't had a loss all year. They had one of their good fighters just get knocked out. You can see the silence on all their faces, and Atlanta is not doing them any service by just ranting and chanting over there like they're doing. It's going to be a great finish, but New York's got to pull it out of the hat to be undefeated.
What that is essentially like is that's like sacking your quarterback, creating a fumble, getting possession, and now you're on the attack.
Yes, indeed.
And with
first and goal, the other team.
First and goal at the 4-yard line.
Yeah.
And you're already down by 7 points.
Yes,
likely
indeed.
going to be down by 2 scores.
And you're undefeated. Your season's on the line.
Exactly.
You know, so it's a lot going on.
That undefeated record, that perfect record that you so coveted, that everyone covets,
could have just been knocked out of you.
Literally.
Knocked out of you.
God, I am in shock because he was the fighter to watch.
Now look at the bravado of the Atlanta fighter that comes next. You know, that momentum that you spoke about earlier.
That was
a beautiful uppercut.
Unbelievable.
We called it uppercut.
The uppercut gods live.
All right, so now round 15, Charles Garner and Jerron Davis for Atlanta.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
Immediately trying to get that taste out of Atlanta's mouth.
We have had some memorable performances tonight, but the knockout of the season looked no further than Marcel Davidson.
Wow, what a performance. I mean, for Atlanta to give them that extra they sure got it.
And also for Davidson not to panic. He lost that second round to Sherbeck, and he was not having success, and he remained composed and poised, and he went out there and got the knockout finish. Credit to Mustafa Minkins and Sam Arnold Sr. to keep their fighters on task.
Absolutely. Beautiful job by Atlanta, and they have the momentum and the wave right now.
And Cynthia, for the first time all season long, New York City, they're in serious trouble.
They really are. Depending, there's still a couple more fights. Anything can happen.
We got 4 more rounds to go.
Yeah, but
it has to happen now for Atlanta if it's going to happen.
This is
for New York, sorry.
This is now or never, and now the score that we have, 132 to 130 for that of Atlanta. So it's still a close matchup, and New York is still very much within striking distance. So Atlanta can't get too full of themselves just yet.
Anything can happen.
This is Team Combat League. Expect the unexpected.
I'm not a big fan of Garner keeping his hands down. You're not Floyd Mayweather.
You don't like that peekaboo style?
Well, sometimes.
No, I mean, you have to be very good at it.
Yeah, and sometimes it's to create just your motion. Sometimes things aren't going the way you like it, so you just do that to just switch the scene, maybe change the game a little bit, and just open yourself up. Sometimes it's just part of your creativity.
Good right hand there by Davis. If you're Atlanta, though, you're like, all right, we got momentum, but they're undefeated for a reason. We cannot take our foot off the gas pedal one iota.
Absolutely.
I mean, these teams have been watching each other every week, and they fight, and they study them, so they know what they're in for.
Well, I tell you what we're in for. We're in for a bye week next week. We return 2 weeks from tonight with week 6, May 18, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time. Click the subscribe button on the Team Combat League YouTube page. A couple of right hands that have found their mark for Jerron Davis of Atlanta.
And Davis is shooting those right hands with some really bad intentions. The motion of Garner is doing well for him, but if Davis catches him while he's motioning in that way with his hands down, as Cynthia doesn't like, it's going to be nights out for Garner.
Cynthia, when we enter round 16, I want to hear what the fans are saying. We'll go to you. And a big right hand by Davis. But now Davis has been performing quite well for Atlanta, and that's important for their hopes to try to hand New York their first loss of the season.
You know, one of the Edie Gonzalez said, Garner got to let his hands go.
Yeah. He's letting the motion happen, but not letting the hands go. It's got no effect.
Final 3 rounds
the
to go.
The judges don't want to see that.
No.
They want to see action.
Here is some of the work from
that right hand was vicious.
Jerron Davis. So coming up, we have the middleweights, Peter Dobson and Khalid Johnson. Cynthia, what are the fans saying on the live chat of our YouTube stream?
You know what? They were shocked when they saw that knockout. They are just Whoa, some humble pie, people are saying.
Boy.
Yeah. And
I don't think Sherbek was arrogant by any means.
No. But like great sportsmanship, concussion protocol. That knockout was surprising. And people are saying ATL is taking home the win, and New York City is going to get their first loss.
Well, right now, Atlanta's on top 142 to 139. So what that means is New York City needs to win these final 3 rounds to constitute a draw or a tie.
Just a draw.
Just a draw. So right now, if they don't get any knockdowns, they cannot win this matchup. But anything's possible.
Atlanta
a 2 knockdown rule is important.
Yep. Like you were saying, Atlanta needs 1 win, and they walk away with the victory, and they put the seedings a little bit closer.
So if you're Khalid Johnson, if you win this round, you can give cushion, and that means these final 2 rounds would be almost mathematically impossible.
We could have a double DQ like last time.
Follow the rules, guys.
So, there's a right hand for Khalid Johnson.
Good reaction.
Good right hand for Atlanta. And Atlanta, when they suffered and they were dealing with adversity, they have responded in resounding fashion. And now NYC, their team, trying to motivate their fighters in that of Peter Dobson. 70 seconds remaining in the 16th round.
It's like Peter Dobson doesn't know that New York needs to win.
Right.
Well, not only about winning, but he needs to win impressively.
Yeah.
No urgency.
They're holding on for a draw.
Big left hook.
Sense of urgency.
Khalid Johnson threw that left hook from Staten Island. Like legitimately.
I mean, he telegraphs his shots, but they're landing.
Exactly, if it works.
He should call it. The ref should call it. All he's doing is holding.
No answer.
All he's doing is holding and getting yelled at for holding, and then just moving around.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's not intelligently defending yourself.
Dobson almost seems to be a bit disinterested.
Very disinterested. Me as a referee would have got that guy up out of here. Thank you for coming. Next 2 guys, yes.
Well, here's Khalid Johnson who's applying the pressure.
There's a nice
left hook.
And he's only going to get hurt. One guy wants to fight, another guy wants to waste the clock. So I would pause him, and then I would wave it off.
Final moments as Peter Dobson in a heap of trouble. Khalid Johnson might have iced this one.
Yeah, at some point as a fighter, you got to show that you want to fight.
They are swinging away. That's probably the most action we've seen from Dobson.
Yeah.
100%. He heard the click, click, click.
And he goes down.
That was a slip.
That was a slip.
He heard the 10-second timer, and he's like, okay, this is when I'm going to work, because that's all that happened.
Khalid Johnson saying, yeah, he is feeling it.
He just figured out that they just beat New York. That's what happened.
Yep, we got it on them.
And here is the work of Khalid Johnson, the middleweight for Atlanta.
Yep, everyone on the thing is saying Dobson is running. Stop holding him, Dobson. Dobson looks hurt. That man's not holding on. Dobson was just holding too much, and those last seconds were not going to do him anything.
Bubba, if we were a baseball team, Cynthia Conti is not only doing reporting, not only commentating, doing social media, she's playing third base, she's pitching, she's batting cleanup, she's doing everything. She's like the Otani of Team Combat League.
And I'm retouching my makeup.
Oh, there you go.
It's one of those nights where you just got to come and bring it how you can, really.
Right now, the light heavyweights, Frankie Solomon for Atlanta, Ralph Clemente of New York City. We have an update scoring-wise. Atlanta on top, 152 to 148, meaning if Atlanta remains upright and they don't suffer a knockdown, they will hand New York City their first loss of the season. But Ralph Clemente has had a propensity to put away his opponents as he did last week during week 4, Cynthia.
It's like their footing is off.
His footing, yes. Ralph, they're all over the place, these two. Ralph was not supposed to do that.
Blood streaming from the nose of Ralph Clemente. He's bloodied.
I think it's simply from them running into each other. You know, it's not much punching, but they're just colliding.
Yeah, you got two bulls going at it. And they are literally,
unstable bulls.
Well,
they are
you
going
can
at
say that Clemente has a...
Oh, what a left by Solomon to back up Clemente.
That landed pretty flush.
Oh, his nose is bleeding.
Cynthia, I don't think I've seen Ralph Clemente hit that hard all season long.
No, he's the one that's always hitting people and knocking people out. So this is a very interesting matchup, Solomon versus Clemente.
It's just not New York's night. When it's got going your way, it's going your way, and that's the way it works.
Ralph Clemente is a guy that's got dynamite in his hands, and right now he's the one who's getting beaten up.
And he just almost got knocked out.
Clemente's hurt.
Solomon has Clemente on Wobble Bobble Street. What action here as Atlanta, after suffering their first loss of the season in week 4 last week, they have responded they are taking it to the #1 team in the land with Team Combat League in the New York City Attitude.
It is not how hard you can get hit, but how hard you can get hit and keep on moving, because that's exactly what Atlanta's doing this week.
And to think, Cynthia, we're not even anywhere near the playoffs. We come back in 2 weeks, May 18th, and we go for a month and a half until we get to the playoffs in July.
Yeah, this is, like I said, this is only week 5, and the fights that we're seeing right now, this is incredible stuff. But now you see Clemente he has a sense of urgency. He knows he has got to win this round somehow. He's got to pull this off, because last week he was the anchor and he knocked the person out and solidified the win.
Well, I think he is suffering probably his toughest round of the year so far, as Frankie Solomon has looked exceptional, following in that of the footsteps of his teammates. And guess what? It all started off with Marcel Davidson with that spectacular knockout for Atlanta.
Atlanta feels really good about their performance tonight, as they should. Everyone has come out with a different bravado, a different energy, and they are looking to do exactly what they are doing, and that is upset New York.
Well, look, right now, from a record standpoint, as we enter the 18th round, these are the 2 best teams in the league, and you know what? You're seeing why.
Yeah. I'm just so excited where these teams are going. I just, what the coaches are saying to them. Just when I was interviewing Devin Davis earlier, he was like, Barry Hunter said, you ain't coming home if you guys lose.
So essentially, you're not getting the plane home, you're not getting the train home, you have to walk. But DC getting their first win of the season, and for Atlanta, they are going to hand New York City their first loss of the season, meaning they're only a win behind New York City for being the top team in the league. So of the 6 teams, 4 will qualify for the playoffs in July. We'll have 2 semifinal matchups and then get ready for the Mega Brawl in middle of July, which not only means the Team Combat League Championship, but means the prize money will go in your favor.
That's a big prize money. People like to get paid.
And people love bonuses.
That's what we do it for right here.
Nice body shot.
Devon Young for Atlanta, Bryce Taylor for New York City. Bryce Taylor looked exceptional in his previous outing when he was terrific against Demetrius Demerite.
This is a little bit of a different matchup. The guy's a lot bigger, Devin Young, and he's actually hitting and landing on Taylor.
Well, tell your family, your friends, anyone who loves sports, tune in every single Thursday. Team Combat League. Click the subscribe button on the YouTube page. We're coming back in 2 weeks, a bye week next week, week 6 on May 18th, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time, and it's even early for East Coasters. We'll be done before midnight.
Oh, I love it. We can watch some hockey, we can watch some basketball.
Of course.
Love it.
And you don't have to risk any sleep.
Oh,
Devin Young is fighting very well, considering Bryce Taylor's last round, how he dominated. And I'm proud of Devin Young for doing what he's doing to fight such a big giant and hold his own.
He's got to take risks because he knows that he needs to solidify this round. He's the anchor. He's got to make a show.
And if you're Bryce Taylor, you got to be thinking, I need not only a knockdown, but I need a knockout. But Atlanta, barring anything crazy, is going to win this one against New York City.
Yeah, and when we talked about Atlanta New York leading the last 4 rounds or so, Atlanta has put out a shutout since.
Well, look, you look at Marcel Davidson, and they just gained momentum ever since. So Price, Taylor, Devon Young, final 20 seconds. What a night that we've had here in Connecticut.
Yeah, you talked about that momentum, and once Atlanta controlled it and took a hold of it, we never saw New York get back into the picture. And that happens in all sports, whether it's basketball or it's an NFL turnover. It doesn't change what sport it is. When you have the momentum and you grasp it and the energy in the room is with you, sometimes you can landslide it and take home everything.
Cynthia, before we let you go, this is the epitome of two teams that are number one in their respective divisions going at it. And we saw Atlanta come out as to say, look, we are among the elite and we can beat you. And they did it here tonight against New York City.
I have to agree. And, you know, I'm just reading the thing. EDU Canley presents, she said, or he, these are the best two teams seen in this league. I feel they'll see each other again in the playoffs.
Oh, I completely agree. And could that be a sign of more things to come? Cynthia Conti, our wonderful reporter, analyst, social media superstar herself. But Bubba, I mean, talk about a triple header, but how about Atlanta? And to me, the MVP without a doubt, Marcel Davidson, Sherbak Ramutalov knocking him out.
What an awesome night. We've seen so many beautiful victories. I mean, the 5-second knockout start to get us started in the night. Atlanta upsetting New York to get us started in the night. DC getting their first victory. I mean, just a great night of combat, a great night of Team Combat League doing its thing and showing the world what this new organization and this new promotion is about.
Well, Bubba, right now I'm going to go get the score totals and make it all official. We'll come back and wrap up the night. Atlanta likely victorious over New York City.
Absolutely. Wonderful night. All right, boss. Thank you.
What's that boy? Oh, Frank. You him, Frank. Frank is him, baby. Frank him. Hey, you want to show him? Let's slow down, talk to him. In order to beat New York, go down.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 18 rounds have been completed between two elite teams with Team Combat League, here are your score totals. Atlanta 172, New York City 165. Atlanta improves to 3-1 on the season. New York City falls to 4-1 on the year. What a performance as Atlanta victorious, handing New York City their first loss of the season.
Hey, y'all, come on, come on.
What a win for Atlanta. 172 to New York 165. The undefeated streak of New York City goes bye-bye. There's no longer an undefeated team in the league. Guess what? New York City, you got company for who's the best team in the league.
Absolutely. Atlanta put on such an amazing show tonight to get that upset, to get that victory. They're looking great in victory lane, as you see here. Coach Arnold over there, and very happy faces. You know, it's nothing like being in victory lane, especially beating a team that you were not expected to beat. So that's amazing to see.
So Atlanta 3-1, and they are such a deep team. But you got to look at the performance of Marcel Davidson to knock out Sherbak Ramutalov, and that really set things going for Atlanta during the money rounds?
That was the momentum shift. That was the grasping of the moment of them seeing that they can beat New York. And that was really big for Marcel, having already lost the first round to Sherbeck. And coming out with that type of devastating victory and that type of fashion was absolutely what Atlanta needed to grasp that momentum to take them home.
Well, also tonight, and Cynthia Conti standing by with a very happy Atlanta attack team.
Marcel, congratulations. Your team finally gave New York City their first 0, and you had the biggest knockout of tonight. How do you feel?
I feel great. Last week we came up short against LA. This week we had to come out strong, so I feel good. We got the W.
You were in the ring with Sherbeck earlier, Rama Tulayev, and we saw how he was pressuring you. And in the second round, what happened? You got to just tell me.
Yeah, first round it was a little slow. I had to pick it up the second round. You know, the first round was a little. I don't know. He came out strong. You know, after that first round, I had to sit back, think about it, see what I need to do. And second round, I adjusted big, and you see what happened. I got the knockout.
Beautiful knockout, beautiful victory. Go enjoy it with your team. Congratulations, and we'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia, with Marcel Davidson. And that, to me, the MVP for Atlanta by far, not even close. And I'm not discrediting the performances of Mona Ward, Khalid Johnson, Devon Young, but on a team sport, there's a superstar. Yeah. There's only one Steph Curry. There's only one LeBron James. Yeah. And for me, Marcel Davidson tonight said, even though I lost that first round against Sherbeck, I'm going to come out and look spectacular, and he did so.
And not only that, it was at a clutch time. It's exactly around the time where Atlanta and New York were dead neck and neck going at it, and it's around those clutch times where you find that clutch athlete to do something big to change the atmosphere, to change the results. And that's exactly what he did. One punch, maybe even two, to follow up with that uppercut, really changed the aspects of New York's future and Atlanta's.
All right, so we are back here, Ray Flores alongside Bubba Jenkins and Cynthia Conti. Cynthia, you just spoke with Marcel Davidson, who I have been echoing his praises to me being the MVP of the night. But what did you take away from your conversation with him moments ago?
Oh, you know, I asked him that he was in the ring with him the first time, and he was just sitting there. He's like, you know, the first round was a little slow, but then I came out in the second round and I adjusted.
Well, absolutely, he adjusted, and he didn't panic at all. He remained composed, and Atlanta at the time, New York City was surging. They needed a big performance, and boy, oh boy, did they get one. That was a massive point swing that led to their victory.
It really was, and also with that kind of a knockout and the way he was knocked out, it really gave Atlanta that extra, I got this, we got this. And to see the joy when they got announced, and they knew, it was like we gave New York City their first loss, and that's all that matters.
How big is this win, Bubba, for Atlanta moving forward as we head towards the bye week? We return in 2 weeks from now, coming up on May 18th.
I say they have the biggest rush and momentum leading into coming up, like you were saying, because they came off of a loss and they responded with this type of victory against that type of opponent. So they get that bravado back, they get that taste out of their mouth, and they get the momentum of having this victory to move them on.
All right, recapping the night. We started off with Dallas defeating Las Vegas 173-166. And now Dallas and Las Vegas, they're both 2-2 on the year. That's big because now Dallas has momentum. Las Vegas 2-2. Both teams are 500.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that, you know, Team Las Vegas comes out and does a little bit better than they've showed tonight. I know Dewey Cooper is going to be all on them. I know it's going to be imperative for him to preach to them that, hey, it's playoff season. It's time to go.
And then also, Cynthia, for Jennifer Miranda, you started off interviewing her, and boy, did she start off things strong for Dallas, which was very important.
She really did. She set the whole tone for the whole fight night, if you think about it. She got the early knockout, and I'm telling you, we got a lot of knockouts because of her. The women brought it, and then it was just knockout after knockout, and they just saw the other teams doing it. They're like, okay, we got to give some knockout. We got to show up and show out.
All right, so Dallas victorious over Las Vegas, 173-166. That was the first of our triple header. But DC pulling out the win, 171-170 over LA. The DC Destroyers with Barry Hunter. You said that you spoke with some of the fighters. Barry told them, you're all walking home if you don't get a win. Well, lo and behold, they got their first win of the season. They improved to 1-2. LA falls to 1-3 on the year.
They get to go home. They get to go home and celebrate and have fun.
Bubba, how big of a win is this having your first win of the season?
It's a big win for them. And like you said, they get to go home, not just go home, but they get to go home on the transportation they came in. And it's good for the mindset to just finally get that monkey off your back, so to speak, and just to start to walk towards the playoffs with a good victory in your hands.
And Atlanta victorious tonight. There is no longer an undefeated team with Team Combat League. Looking forward to the next few weeks. So we have a bye week next week. We return on May 18th, and then we go through the end of June as we get ready for the playoffs. On behalf of Bubba Jenkins and Cynthia Conte, I'm Ray Flores. Thank you so much for joining us. Click the subscribe button on the YouTube page. If you want to watch Team Combat League, you can watch every single week during the off week. What a win. Dallas on top of Las Vegas, 173-166. Dallas and Las Vegas 2-2 on the year. DC edges out LA 171-170. DC 1-2 on the year. LA falls to 1-3. And then the top two teams in the land. It was Atlanta 172, New York City 165. Atlanta 3-1 on the year. New York falls to 4-1, their first loss of the season. Thank you so much for joining us. All for 2 weeks. We'll talk to you 2 weeks from now, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time. So long from Mohegan Sun. What a triple header. This is Team Combat League. We'll talk to you in 2 weeks. Good night.